let's see if I'm coming through A-okay. Looks like I am. Hello, everybody. I hope your week has been pretty manageable and not so chaotic. Unfortunately, I wish I could say the same about myself. I got into my first ever car accident on Tuesday, and well, long story short, I'm all right. The other guy was all right, but my car had effectively been totaled. So I'm currently in the process of needing to get myself a new car, which I'm currently doing off screen and everything here whenever I can afford, whenever I can do anything about it. But other than that unusual little mishap. Been another busy week for me here at my day job and everything as usual these days. And well, I've also had company over in the first time in forever, and yeah, that was also another unusual happening for me today. I was hoping to get this stream started about a couple hours ago or what have you, but I had to do a lot of cleanup, and I had to also get some food in myself, get some proper breakfast and everything. So as a result, unfortunately, this is probably going to be a stream that's going to be shorter than 5 hours, so I'm going to try my best to make the most out of the time that we have available. And Ammonius, hey! Welcome to the stream! I hope you're having a good day today. Oh, my science! Yep, that's the name of the game. My precious science. My beautiful, beautiful, bosom-heavy science. So, I believe, if memory serves, we're in the middle of being introduced to yet another new character who showed up in the little shop of the big, burly, muscly man that we've also been formally introduced to towards the end. I wonder what her name is. She seems kind of catty. Whatever her name is. She's got that cat smile thing going on there, so I'm already expecting a playful sort of character. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Time travel paranoia. I should probably also start making multiple save files too, in case I need to backtrack. Also, this apparently happened right after I ended the stream last time, but I accidentally advanced a line or two of dialogue here, and unfortunately, I also found out that the text dialogue, the text history dialogue thing here, it does not show anything past. Yeah, it does not show anything in the backlog when you're just starting out here or anything like that. So, unfortunately, I do not know what line or two I'm missing here, but on the other hand, it's not terribly far, and so I'm just gonna deal with it. So, what's your name? The girl is still standing there, her arm in the air. Her smile gradually fades into confusion. What kind of reaction was she hoping for? Seriously. Anyway, is she the person Mr. Braun was expecting? Mr. Braun, that's his name, that's right. Maybe she's someone he knows personally. Another daughter? Sorting YouTube's search for Steins Gate by latest, I'm surprised it is sort of popular. Wait, so Steins Gate is getting some popular traction right now? I wonder why that. Well, then again, somebody did tell me in the last stream here that an anniversary edition or whatever's coming up for this thing, right? So maybe that's why. Especially if it's a very recent announcement. Another daughter? Or dare I say, his girlfriend? Yeah, fat chance of that. She finally drops her pose and clears her throat. Amane, huh? And just like that, time starts moving again.
ああ、バイトの面接したいって子な。俺が店長の天王寺だ。
Ah, so you're the new hire, eh?
バイトの面接だとこんな若い女性がこの新規臭くておしゃれ感ゼロで繁盛もしておらず無才おっさんが店長のブラウン管工房にバイト希望だというのか
Keep talking like that. And I'm sure he'll do more than just take away your TV from you.
おめえ、来月から2階の家賃1000円増しな。
Or he'll just charge more rent. That's also another option.
俺は事実を言ったまでですよ。もっとも部外者が口を出す問題ではないが、しかしブラウン管工房がバイトを募集していたとはな。この暇さではその必要性を全く感じないのだが。
ああ、それは私が電話で無理って頼んだんです。
Oh? The girl looked a little embarrassed.
最初は断られたんだけどさ、店長さんにどうしてもお願いしますって。
And why is that exactly? Why do you want to work here in all due seriousness? That's honestly surprising.
今時珍しい若者がいたもんだよな。ま、そこの椅子に座んな、お嬢ちゃん。
失礼します。
Aha! Finally, a new background. Looks like they're going to have a formal interview. I was going to leave, but since Mr. Braun hasn't kicked me out, I'll stick around a bit longer. Is this really proper conduct? Especially if someone's doing a job interview? I mean, you're effectively another customer, too. Doesn't seem like proper etiquette to me. Anyway, I finally got a proper CG to work with now, so I'm going to update the stream's thumbnail to reflect it. So give me just a minute to take care of that. So I'm going to put this in the work in progress in case I need to update anything again later on. Steins Gate, Steins Gate, Steins Gate. Here we are. Place that. And now for the finished version. Put you in JPEG format. Alright. Now let's go to here. And update the thumbnail. Much better. Always interesting how the artist does the clothing textures. Yeah, it really is. I really love the art style of this game. I know I've said it twice before now at this point, but again, I'm really digging it. Looks like there's a bit of a diamond-esque kind of pattern to her jacket. Well, at a glance, I would say her shorts have what look like little dirt spots on them, but I don't think that's what they really are. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I've noticed this with a lot of the other characters too. All these little white, all these little white dots that you see, these little white dots and patterns and all that you see throughout the character designs, don't they kind of look a little bit like star constellations to you, like from outer space? Because that is something that I think I'm noticing here when I look at everybody here, is that when you look at their shirts, their hair textures, and other things like that, their skin, their actual skin, you don't notice it, but it's everything besides their skin here, their hair, their eyes, their clothes. It almost kind of, if you look at it the right way, they look like star constellations almost. I wonder if and if they are, I wonder if that's intentional. Hey Neo, how's it going? Well, I just started part 3 of Steins Gate, and I'm hoping to make some decent progress today. Unfortunately, it's going to be a shorter stream because I had some company over today that I had to entertain, and I was a little late here doing some cleanup work and getting some food for myself before I started. So it's not going to be 5 hours, but I'm not going to make it like a 2-hour affair or something like that either. So I'm going to try to make the most out of the time that we have available and see what we can get done. I assume the colors are drawn on paper with watercolors and are inserted in while the backgrounds are drawn separate. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, it does look like it has a watercolor aesthetic too. Good eye. Yeah, it does kind of look like watercolor. Either way, whatever it is exactly that they did to achieve this style or effect, it really looks nice. The girl's expression is stiff. I guess she's nervous. Well, you are doing a job interview with a guy that's easily 7 times her size in terms of body mass and muscle mass. I'd be damn nervous too. Just because of the part-time job interview? In contrast to how she said she wouldn't take no for an answer, she didn't seem so enthusiastic.
で、名前は何だって?
She said Amane, right?
天音鈴葉です。
Yeah, okay, I remembered that. Good. Amane Suzuha.
年は?
18。
Same as me.
学生?
うん。
She shakes her head.
なんでうちで働きたいんだ?
ブラウン管が好きだから。
Well, I'll be.
採用、明日から来い。
Wow. Easiest job interview ever. Holy shit.
それでいいのかというかこれはコントかもしかして仕込みか
ありがとう、店長さん。
Seriously, if it was this easy if it was this easy in real life to get any kind of job here, I'd be working in a retro game shop right now or something. Finally, Amane Suzuha seems to relax. Then she looks at me. I wish getting a job was that easy. Yeah, me too!
ところでさ、
Well, that and there being
君は誰?
that and there being jobs to actually get to begin with, depending on where you live. But that's a whole nother topic that's probably a bit of a hot button issue I should probably save for a more appropriate time.
俺のな聞きたいというのかいややめておけそれを知ることでお前にも最悪が降りかかるかもしれん
Just tell her your name, Bird Brain.
これまでも多くの人が俺の名を知ったことで機関に狙われたアメリカのサライタリアのクラウディアフランスのシモーヌこれ以上誰かを危険な目に遭わせるわけには
おい、アホな妄想してんじゃねえよ。
Yeah, don't pull a talk of me on us. He just doesn't understand my pain.
このバカ男
More
は
like he doesn't understand your
民間に曲がり
brain.
してる岡部倫太郎ってんだ。
And frankly, I want to say I don't understand your brain either, but I'd say, if I'm being honest with myself, I probably understand at least 1/4 of it. Kind of. And that's probably a bad enough percentage in of itself.
岡部ではない俺は法院
うるせえ。家賃さらに1000円上乗せするぞ。
I like it. He's just not putting up with Rintaro's shit.
岡部倫太郎だ
Good boy. Uh-oh, she's giving me a more stern look. The girl stands up, places her hand on my shoulder, and looks at me with a serious expression.
君を狙ってるその期間ってのが何なのかわかんないけど、もし困ってんなら私に相談して。岡部倫太郎、そういうの慣れてるからさ。
I wouldn't bother wasting your time, sweat, and tears on it here, because chances are he doesn't really understand the organization that's after him either.
Huh?
He just makes shit up as he goes along. Stuff like what?
場合によっては手段を選ばず痛めつけてやることも可能だし。
Oh? Hurt them how?
Mr. Brown 彼女は採用しない方がいいと思う。
On the contrary, I would hire her just out of sheer curiosity at this point.
ああ、物騒だな。騒ぎ起こしたらクビにするからな。そもそもその期間なんたらは岡部の捜索だから本気にすんな。
捜索？
せいぜいそう思ってるがいいさ。
But someday, the world will kneel before me. And then, Amane Suzuha stares straight at me again. Maybe she has a habit of looking people in the eye. It is proper etiquette, last I checked, when you're having a face-to-face conversation with people to look at them in the eye.
そういうのが流行ってんだ。勉強になったよ。
Trend? I don't think so. The trendy type, eh?
熱い。
Oh, I got mail. Luca! Are you really okay with yesterday's exorcism? I feel more like traditional ceremony would have been better. I'm worried something might happen to you because my exorcism wasn't strong enough. It bothers me so much. I can't sleep at night. P.S. Because of that, I couldn't do more than 3 practice swings with Samidari. Alright, what do I want to go with? Well, I think we basically already got a decent enough rundown of the exorcism he performed last time. Learning about a more traditional ceremony might be interesting. But I have a feeling that this something that he's worried about might happen to me might involve some kind of possession. So I don't think we're going to really learn much from this. So let's go with the ceremony. Actually, wait, that's right. I can also check my responses before I send them. That's right. What would a traditional ceremony entail? I need details. Don't tell me it's an ancient forbidden secret. Okay, so an exorcism says... It wasn't bad, just a little clumsy. You're a servant of the gods. You need to project dignity and confidence. Work on it. Well, even now he's certainly got more dignity than you'll ever possess, I'll tell you that much. And don't worry, thanks to your exorcism, my right arm has been quiet for a while. Still, there's no telling what could set it off. If I'm forced to do battle again, let's just pray that the organization's assassins don't find me. Yeah, I'm more interested about the ceremony thing, so let's go with this. Alright, now we wait. So hot. I know you are. Damn it, I meant to say I know I am, but what are you? Fuck. Fuck you, Rintaro. You're breaking my brain. It hasn't even been... It's barely been more than 20 minutes at this point. How embarrassing. I was at a university all morning. As I returned to Akiba, the heat is now becoming unbearable. I grabbed an iced coffee at the bakery inside Yodobashi to quench my thirst. While I'm at it, I guess I'll check @channel on my phone. Oh. Can I do that right now? Is it this? Mailbox? No, that's just mailbox. Why would it be anything else? It's just settings. Okay, I guess not. I most frequent the occult board, the future technology board, and sometimes the physics board. I search for threads on the mass disappearance phenomenon or Mikase Kurisu's stabbing, but turn up nothing. So those were hallucinations after all? If only. I have a feeling that we'd be better off if they were. Well, then again, the delusions from Chaos Head weren't exactly always full on just mere old delusions, now were they? Sometimes they were a lot more than that. So never mind. When I peek at the occult board, I find posts in multiple threads from someone claiming to be John Titter. Wait, John Titter is back? Either that or it's somebody impersonating them. John Titter appeared on an American BBS 10 years ago, claiming to be a time traveler. He claimed to have traveled from the year 2036 in order to obtain an old computer, the IBM 5100. His claims started quite a storm among the BBS denizens. And what's this? Oh, we got a couple ones, actually. IBM. Fictional. An American computer company. Not only do they develop and sell hardware and software, they also offer service and consultation to enterprises. However, in recent years, they have made the latter their main focus. So, service and consultation, huh? The inventor of floppy disks and hard drives. Ah, the floppy disk. I remember those days. The world. The world! The power to stop time. One of the supernatural abilities called Stan. Okay, so it is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference. There I was just referencing the world myself before I even started reading. Yeah, one of the supernatural abilities called Steins that appear in the popular manga JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. With those of the ability to use stands are called stand users. I need to resume that. JoJo's, I mean. Teacher also made several accurate, if fragmentary, predictions of future events. Oh, got another one. The start of the Iraq War, and the spread of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, for example. Is that German? Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. It's a pronunciation. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. I think it's German. Another name for bovine spongiform encephalopathy. I know I messed that up too. BSE, commonly known as mad cow disease. Moo moo. But only in the case of human infection. Early symptoms include memory loss, abnormal movements, personality changes, dementia, and muscle stiffness. In severe cases, the patient may waste away for 1 or 2 years before dying of respiratory paralysis or other complications. Yeah, mad cow disease is no joke. Not a fun way to go, if you got it. Imagine if COVID included dementia and personality changes. Well, I mean, when it comes to personality changes, I'd argue that the lockdowns broke a lot of people's brains big time, and we're still dealing with the ramifications of that to this day. Yeah, there's people that I once knew, and there's people I once knew and everything that just were never 100% the same again after the lockdowns, and not necessarily for the better either. And that's not getting to all the other stories I've heard of people having even more radical personality changes. To prove he was from the future, he explained the principles behind his time machine and provided pictures of its operation manual. But after about 4 months, he disappeared without ever revealing his identity. At one point, his predictions gained popularity even in Japan. Yes, he certainly did get some things right. But on the other hand, he missed several others. Some of his posts contradicted each other, too. That's why, to this day, most people doubt his authenticity as a time traveler. How did they contradict each other, exactly? So after 10 years of silence, the same John Titor is now on a Japanese BBS? Ridiculous. It's obviously a troll. Not like we need it, but let's see what the tip says about trolls. Net slang. To post controversial opinions or false information for the purpose of provoking a reaction. A person who does this is called a troll. Well, you can be a troll, but through other means besides just posting false information. You could just be a complete fuckwit just because. First of all, John Titor is American, yet now he's posting on @channel in Japanese. Let's take a look at his posts. I'm getting tipped all over the place today. So, John Titor on 2010, August 28th. Wait. No, I can't check my phone time right now because, well, it doesn't even show me the time. That's right. Rintaro's a weirdo and he doesn't have a clock shown on his phone home screen. I don't expect you to believe that I came from the year 2036. I see that everyone would like to know more about my time machine. Time travel technology was developed by CERN. They completed the first time machine in 2034. And Anonymous replies, Time traveler, lol. John Titor, lol. And Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha, so we've got a Dragon Ball fan here, says, more details on the time machine. Do they sell time machines? How much do they cost? I've got about 100 million yen saved. Can you send me one? Okay, let me take a look at what the... Okay, I can't pull up the menu right now. Okay, never mind. Let's just keep reading. Gonko, welcome to the stream. Best girl on the thumbnail. You say that, but seeing as how I'm the one that's in control of the stream here, that has yet to be determined. I will decide whether or not she is indeed the best girl, the further along we play. CERN has a monopoly on time machines. Not even the most powerful nations on Earth can acquire one, to say nothing of private citizens. CERN used their time machine for power. By 2036, the world has become a dystopia. I don't know, we're living in 2025, and I would argue that in a lot of ways we're already in the middle of a dystopia. There is no war, no conflict. However, that is a false peace founded on the complete eradication of liberty. What does LOL mean? On the complete eradication of liberty. Now that I think about it, isn't the Committee of 300's end goal here to essentially eliminate free will in order to bring a fully united human society that they have complete and total totalitarian control over? Now, whether or not this is connected to them, I have no idea, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, but I'm just trying to remember some details from Sena's route and Chaos Head and seeing if they might be relevant to what John Titor here is saying. Why did you come this time? Why did you come to this time? Was the Akiba satellite crash your doing? Wait, guys, Titor-san doesn't understand @channel lingo. Let's keep it simple, okay? If you know what I mean. Get a trip code, asshole. Rude much? I feel it's similar to Nostradamus. Say a lot of symbolic things, and people will see them as accurate whenever something happens. Nostradamus, huh? Interesting. But now online, where everyone are anonymous, multiple people can claim the identity. Not saying if it applies here or not. Yeah, that's the problem that I was briefly highlighting earlier. How do we know this John Titter that's speaking in this board right now is indeed the same one from 10 years ago? For all we know, it could be a completely different person. I mean, we kind of gotten a pretty hard lesson on user anonymity via online circles and whatnot through Chaos Head. Yeah, especially in regards to our old online pen pal. So we need a way to verify their identity, lest we end up finding out what that is the hard way and we end up suffering for it. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe I need to give myself a drink, clear my throat out a bit. I came here to change my present. In other words, your future. My mission is to destroy CERN's dystopia and restore freedom to the world. This is a wonderful time you're living in. Everyone is free. Depends on your perspective. But you will lose it all in just 20 short years. It is vitally important that you understand what the future has in store. What is a trip code? I might get one if you tell me what it is. You said CERN has time machines. You have a time machine. That must mean you're working for CERN. Therefore, your goal can't be to destroy CERN's dystopia. You're a fraud. Yeah, Anonymous here actually raises a very good point. Because if CERN has a monopoly on time machines, and every single one of them, and and John Titter is not not a member of CERN, then how are they able to get their hands on a time machine? QED. Okay, so another anonymous says, what's a dystopia? Another anonymous says, how can CERN take over the world in just 20 years? Look at the Middle East. You've been reading too much manga if you think you can get those guys to stop killing each other. Now there's a hot take. Another anonymous says, who asked you to change the future? You trying to play God? If they're promising world peace, then I for one welcome our new CERN overlords. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's obviously a lot of context we're not getting here, and I'm sure if we understood what that context fully entailed, we may not want the world peace which CERN promises. Assuming of course, that CERN is real, and that John Titor is real. And wait a minute, I can click on the names. Why is it giving me the option to click, but it's not doing anything with John Titter? That's interesting. But yeah, my point is there's definitely some, number one, we're definitely missing some context here that would definitely probably explain Anonymous's questions. Well, that would better help Anonymous down here, 4080, understand things. And number two, we need to establish how John Titter got a time machine, assuming they're telling us the truth here and they're not just bullshitting us. If CERN, from his or her timeline, has all the time machines. John Titter be like, guys, there's new gen. Click on this totally not phishing link. Yeah, exactly. My time machine is a prototype reverse engineered from stolen CERN technology. Okay, so you made it then? Or somebody who's affiliated with you made it? Compared to their time machine, its capabilities are quite limited. In what ways? Care to enlighten us? In 2036, the world is ruled by a single all-powerful governing body. They administrate every aspect of our lives, deciding what we will eat, where we will live, and whom we will marry. There is no privacy and no choice. Again, I'm assuming it's a committee of 300 because, once again, from what I vaguely recall from Sena's route, this sounds exactly like the sort of plan that they claim that they want to achieve for themselves. So, perhaps CERN is an organization that's affiliated with them. Anybody who dares oppose them is eliminated. There are no trials. In movies and small changes to the past cause huge changes to the future. You've already changed the present by coming here. What happens if you make unexpected changes to the future? And Kurigohan Kamehameha asks, do you even know what CERN is? Lol. OP is a troll. So if you find his dad and kill him, then this time traveler, LMAO, will never be born and we won't have to listen to this bullshit, am I right? Well, given the fact that he's already having this conversation with us to begin with, I think we could logically deduce from this here that maybe somebody took you up on your offer and failed, or nobody took you up on your offer and are just writing them off pretty much the same way you are. I want to know if you can meet your past self. Can you have self-cessed? Well, hey. If you could, I'm sure a lot of people would go for it. You're talking about the so-called grandfather paradox. That has been debunked. This world line has a divergence of 0.571024% compared to the world I came from. That's an oddly specific number. Killing my father would alter divergence, creating a world line where my father is dead. However, it would not erase this world line. I would go on existing. So, we're basically talking about multiverse theory then. Okay. CERN is a particle physics research institution. That hasn't changed in 2036. It is possible to meet your past self. The prevailing theory in my time is that nothing would happen. I, however, haven't met my past self. If you're really a time traveler, then fucking prove it. Post time machine pics or get the fuck out. The many worlds interpretation? Whoa, slow down, bro. Research institution taking over the world. Well, what? I could say something here, but I'm not going to. I do not feel the need to prove that I am what I say I am. I'm only posting these messages on a whim. My mission comes first. What are world lines? Can you meet yourself from another world line? What happens if you do? Late reply. A trip code is a way to identify posters. Put pound password after your username. LOL, backpedaling. World lines are like an infinite number of rivers flowing in parallel. Along the way, they are constantly branching out into new world lines. This is called divergence. So again, we're talking about multiverse theory. For example, whether or not you post on this message board has practically no effect on this world line's divergence. But if you were murdered, let's say, then divergence would change. However, that would only change about 0.000002%, if that. A single human being's death is not terribly significant on a global scale, but that's dependent entirely on who the human being in question is, right? Like if we're talking about some regular convenience store clerk or someone, for example, obviously if you go back in time and do something that ends up killing them, chances are the effect it would have on divergence, as he would call it, would not really be that big a deal. However, let's say we go back and end up killing a noteworthy inventor, like say Nikola Tesla or something. Imagine the effect it would have on our world today if Nikola Tesla ended up dying much sooner than he actually did in our current timeline, and was not able to invent a lot of the inventions that he made and come up with the scientific theories in which he came up with, which mainly about the theories and inventions that took advantage of generating and harnessing the power of electricity. We'd be living in a very different world indeed. Akane logs in. Did someone mention morphinogenic fields? We got a Zero Escape reference here. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I believe that is the term that the Zero Escape series uses for divergence, or multiple timelines, or parallel universes. Morphinogenic fields. But yeah, I'm happy you made that reference. That's actually a pretty good comparison with what they're talking about here, I feel. Okay, so wars, disasters, acts of terrorism, and other events that cause widespread death and destruction have a much greater effect on divergence. Thanks for telling me about trip codes. I'll make sure to use this one from now on. I'm starting to get tired, so let's pick up again tomorrow. It's been fun talking to everybody. Isn't this guy being monitored or something by CERN or whatever the world government they were talking about is in his timeline? How exactly, assuming they're not bullshitting, how exactly are they keeping their communications to us us folk here in the past a secret from his CERN overlords? Looks like they've already made an archive of these threads. Okay, so it doesn't keep the phone conversations in the backlog. Okay. Of course, there have been sites dedicated to John Titor for years now. This post closely resembles what the original Titor wrote 10 years ago. I've read one of the books on Titor. That's how I know. This new John Titor is clearly an imposter, and why do you say that? There are many Titor fanatics on that channel. He's not exactly a household name in Japan, but I doubt anyone would fall for this level of trolling. You'd be surprised what people fall for. As I continue to read, however, I find the response to be the opposite of what I expected. Everyone is accepting this time traveler as if this were his first appearance. Now that you mention it, you're right. There were a lot of people that were treating him just like that. Nobody has even mentioned his appearance 10 years ago. Finding this strange, I try posting a retort, but everyone ignores me. What the hell? Interesting. I thought the time... now I'm starting to wonder. I thought the timeline that we were in diverged, now that we have a proper term to refer to it as now. I thought it diverged shortly after we left the press conference and we sent that text message. But then again, the events leading to wait. Yeah, no. Never mind. I was thinking it only affected events within I was thinking it was only that the text message only affected events from that point onward, but that was clearly not the case, because the events that were explained to us leading up to the press conference itself changed. And we're talking about something that was like, what, a week or so ago, based on information we were given before. There was that level of difference in events leading up to the press conference in which we were at originally before the timeline changed. So who was to say, really, that it only affected just a week or two's worth of events? Maybe this change that we saw in the prologue affected more than just a few weeks, but maybe even an entire decade. And if we're talking about something that affected at least a decade's worth of events leading up to our current present, then what else? Then that naturally begs the question: what else changed that we're not aware of? Because we're not talking like a few weeks worth of events here, but a whole decade. Like, the amount of possible little details, both big and small, that could have changed, if we're talking about a window as large as that, could be greatly significant. Interesting. You can figure this out if you do a little research, people. There's the original John Titor thread archive in English, and plenty of Titor blogs in Japanese. I want you to look up those blogs right now and see if they exist. I'm very curious to see if I might be onto something here. I entered John Titor's name into a search engine. Good boy. Let's see if I'm onto something. 12 matches. Wait. Only 12? Moreover, all 12 are about the current Titor's postings on @channel. Well, look at that. They're gone. So we are talking about something that's probably affected at least a decade's worth of events here. I can't find a single trace of the John Titor from 10 years ago. Bizarre. This just can't be. But now that I think about it, who's to say it was now only just 10 years? It could be much more than that for all we know. Rintaro. Think of some random historical event that occurred within the past 50 to 100 years or something, that you are aware of, and then do a search on it on the internet and see if your recollection of that historical event from the past 50 to 100 years is still exactly as you remember it, or if details surrounding those events had either changed in some way, or are completely absent from online archives altogether. I want him to do something like that so we can maybe try to pinpoint exactly how far back these changes might have occurred. Because now I'm starting to think it might be even more than just 10 years that these changes are affecting. Regardless of the facts, I could actually recommend taking notes on what information is known at what time. That's actually probably a good idea. We should probably do that, actually. So you know what? Why don't I go ahead and just start doing that? John Titor first appeared 10 years ago on American internet boards, but now he has appeared on August 28th of the current timeline. August 20th of current timeline. Okay, there we go. Got it saved up right there. And if I think of anything I might want to make a note of, I will add to my little paper as necessary. I searched for information on Titor a few years ago. Back then I got tens of thousands of hits. Is this search engine filtered? That is actually another possibility that I should take into account, yes, because it is possible to filter search engines. I tried searching on our site just to make sure, but it gives the same result. What is this madness? New gen madness, that's what it is. It feels like I've stumbled onto another plane of reality. Could this be another organization conspiracy? These past 2 days, I've been surrounded by nothing but chaos and confusion. I'll call Daru. Okay, let's do that. See if I can do that.
Hi.
Well, how about that? It actually works. I can indeed make calls if prompted to by dialogue.
俺だ状況は
オカリンさ、電話の時ぐらいそういうのやめれ。
ジョン・タイターについて把握しているのかと聞いている。
ちっとも話が見えない件について。
He doesn't even know.
そもそもお前今どこにいるんだ。ラボには来るのか。
今メイクインニャンニャンにいる。
またか。
May Queen plus Nyan 2 is a maid cafe in Akiba. Well, given the fact that it seems to have a bit of a scientific formula-esque kind of name, I'm assuming it's a more sci-fi oriented kind of maid cafe. Maid cafe. A type of cafe where the waitresses wear maid uniforms, usually in the French maid style, and the waitresses typically call their customers master. Patrons can talk to the waitresses and play games with them, but ultimately, maid cafes are restaurants, not bordellos. And we might as well check these out too while we're at it. Dystopia. The opposite of a utopia. For example, a completely regulated and tyrannically administrated society in which all people are denied privacy, freedom, and are monitored 24 hours a day. In very simple terms, yes, that is what it means. CERN, fictional, a French acronym for Société Européenne pour la Recherche Nucléaire, or European Society for Nuclear Research. They're a nuclear energy research organization. The world's largest elementary particle physics laboratory, located on the Franco-Swiss border near Geneva. It has a bank, a library, a post office, and a dormitory on the premises. Scientists from all around the world gather at CERN to research particle physics, and the number of people working there is in the thousands. Well, yeah, I guess the proper terminology is particle physics, not nuclear energy, but whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Daro's a regular there. Apparently, 3D cat maids are his thing too. Cat maids, you say?
内密に話がある。
Actually, it's not sensitive at all.
俺が行くまでそこから動くな。
は？来るの？まあいいけど。
May Queen plus Nyan 2. It's in the name! I should have guessed! Nyan! Japanese for meow! I'm an idiot. Anyway, I hope you all like cat maids, because apparently that's what we're about to be subjected to. Meow. May Queen plus Nyan 2 is the only 3-minute walk from the lab. Coming from Kuramibashi Dori, take a left at Koisaka Crossing and you'll find it. That's where I'm headed now. It's usually busy in Akiba during summer break, but now it's even busier because of the Radicon incident. The area was blocked off yesterday, but it doesn't look like they could keep the main road closed for 2 days straight. I haven't seen a single police officer today. But the Radicon building still seems off limits. The entrance shutters are closed shut and sealed with yellow police tape.
謎の人工衛星墜落から一夜明けた秋葉原です。警察による規制は解除され、駅前にはものすごい数の人が集まっています。墜落した人工衛星がどこの国のものなのかについては現在も調査中とのことで、詳しいことが分かるまで撤去ができない状態です。警察の発表によりますと、爆発などの危険は今のところないということですが、秋葉原を訪れた買い物客や地元商店街の関係者からは不安の声が上がっています。
The media has dozens of cameras set up outside the police line. And they are nearly twice as many onlookers as reporters. Enough to fill the entire street with people. Everyone's aiming their phone cameras at the satellite-like object. So many people. Living in Akiba, you get used to crowds and big events, but a gathering of this size is unusual. There it is. I wonder when they'll get rid of that thing. Hope it doesn't explode or something. They've been letting people back into the area, so I guess there's no danger. Still, considering its unknown origin, I'm surprised there isn't more security. Today, like always, otaku are shopping for doujinshi, imported games, electronics, or whatever strikes their fancy. Doujinshi! Fan-created amateur manga, which are often, but not always, adult in nature. They are sold at special doujinshi events, the biggest of which is twice the annual Comic Giga Market, known only by fans as Kamima. They should have put a Hami right here in the middle so we could call it Kamihamima. Aside from the scene at Radicon, it's the same as any other day. But I still don't understand what I saw yesterday. I've half accepted that the mass disappearance was just my imagination. Maybe I've become unable to distinguish reality from fantasy, like the media likes to say about teenagers these days. Well, for once, I think the media might be onto something, given what I typically see from a lot of people on places like Twitter or Reddit or what have you. Not that I have an account on any of those places, mind you, but I've seen enough clips, screenshots, and the like to know that people's ability to distinguish fantasy from reality seems to be very, 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 very heavily impaired in places like that. And for your own sanity's sake, you're better off not engaging with it as much as possible. I'd say such weirdness could make a good tourist trap spot. Yeah, it absolutely could. Think of all the hot dogs you'd be able to sell. With that thought in mind, I returned my gaze to the street. You look important, whoever you are. And there, in front of me, stands a woman holding her phone in front of her face. I've been snapped! She took a picture. Her phone was clearly pointed at me. I tried to cover my face, but not quickly enough. I turned around just to make sure that she wasn't pointed at someone behind me, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So, what is it about me exactly that's caught your fancy, if you don't mind my asking, milady? Care to share with the rest of the class? She's still staring at her phone. Without even glancing at me, she turns around and points her phone at some other pedestrian. Okay, maybe she's just doing it to random people for some reason. Maybe she's just taking photos of everyone at the scene, and not just me. But still, I need to have a word with her. The organization is after me, so I can't risk that photo getting out. So let's just, okay, be honest. The real reason you want her to delete any photo that she may have used is because you're not terribly photogenic, am I right?
Wait!
She doesn't turn around. Is she so engrossed in her photography that she doesn't even notice me? Or does she not catch my magnificent native-level English? No comment.
ちょっとそこで携帯カメラを使っているあなた、待ってください。
She turns back, finally noticing me. And of course, her phone turns with her.
よせ、通るんじゃない。まさか機関の差し金か。
She completely ignores my objection. And then she goes back to looking at her phone.
質問に答えてもらいたいんですかね。あなたは機関の人間か。
I think a much better question you should be asking is, why are you snapping pictures of me and other people in the crowd? If she is, then I may have to take suitable measures.
違うのか。
Very talkative little lass, isn't she?
違うとしても問題がありますよ。俺の写真を持っていると機関に知られれば、あなたにも奴らの魔の手が伸びるかもしれない。とにかく今撮った俺の写真を即刻削除してほしい。
I don't think she's gonna delete it. Call it a hunch. Is she even listening?
謝る。
Wow, she finally speaks. Just a whisper, but it's something.
不快にさせたなら。
She lowers her head slightly in a bow. Or at least I think it's a bow. She's been looking down all this time, so I can't really tell.
謝るより先に写真を削除してほしいわけだが。
風景撮ってた。
Her fingers dance across her phone's keys with impressive speed, exactly the opposite of her annoyingly slow speech pattern.
風景を撮っていた？観光客？
Or is she one of the people who came to see the satellite? Hey, for all we know, she could be an investigator, and she's just collecting photos of the scene. You know, as part of some investigation she might be a part of, or maybe she's a journalist. I have no idea. Let's hear her out. In that case, why'd she take a picture of me? May not necessarily be of you, but just to get a picture of the crowd in general. Now that I think about it, she shakes her head without looking at me.
証明、自分が今日どこを歩いたか。
Or maybe she's not part of some kind of investigation or law enforcement or some news outlet and she's just kooky. It's fine with me though. I don't mind kooky girls every once in a while. Just as long as they're not too kooky. Because it's the very kooky ones that tend to be dangerous for my health.
変なやつだな。
桐生萌か。
Kiryu, huh?
名前。
I guess she's introducing herself. That's nice, but I want her to delete that photo.
聞きたいことがある。いい？
By all means.
それより写真を。
都市伝説。秋葉原の。知らない？
You're gonna have to be specific. An urban legend? What is she talking about? I like how the name in the text box changes every time. Does it? I'll have to pay attention. Don't tell me. There's a brilliant but insane mad scientist said to be lurking in Akihabara. And now that brilliant but insane mad scientist is a target of every assassin in the underworld. Would you stop thinking about yourself for 1 second?
俺はこの町に長く居すぎたのかもしれん。だがそろそろ潮時か。
Hey, there's an idea. Maybe whatever place you decide to move into will have cheaper rent. Akihabara, you were in such a bad town. I'm glad that...
幻のレトロ PC。
Phantom Retro PC?
レトロ PC?
She replies with a nod. Or something like a nod.
秋葉原のどこかにあるらしくて、それが。
そうか。
Nothing about a mad scientist. I'm relieved, but also disappointed. At any rate, this is the first I've heard about a Phantom Retro PC.
幻のレトロ PC というとキュッパチあたりか？
Ah, PC98! A system that I very, 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 very much wish got more attention in the emulation scene, either via software emulation or hardware emulation. There are just so many games from PC98 here that just look like I would have a lot of fun playing. But alas, doesn't seem terribly high on people's list of priorities of things to try and get working via emulation, let alone make fan translations for. 98, a Japanese PC series sold from the mid-1980s to the mid-1990s. It sold so well that at one point it was called the National Computer. You should move out to Shibuya. Yeah, nothing weird ever goes on in Shibuya. That's the first model that comes to mind. But there are 98s, but are 98s really that hard to find? She shakes her head slightly. Or something like a shake.
いいえ、これ。
She turns her phone toward me. Oh. The screen shows an oddly shaped computer. Looks like something you'd see out of the 1970s, or maybe even yeah, it looks like something straight out of the 1970s, whatever that is. Couldn't tell you for sure what it likely could be. Not terribly knowledgeable on super old computers. It's hard to tell since the picture's monochrome, but it looks like some kind of PC. It looks kind of familiar.
IBM 5100。
Wait. IBM 510. That's the thing that John Titor was talking about, wasn't he? An IBM 510.
ジョン・タイターが手に入れようとした PC か。
Her fingers twitch. I think. She reacted to the name John Titor. You familiar with them by any chance? If so, how? Or are you John Titor? Is John Titor actually a woman? I have no idea. I'm just wild guessing at this point. But either way, her reaction here definitely is noteworthy to me.
見たことは？
ない。名前を知ってるぐらいだ。
Coincidence? I think not! No.
これもシュタインズゲートの選択かもしれん。
He said it! He said the thing!
詳しい人知らない？
ダルンならば詳しく知っているかもな。そいつは俺のマイフェイバリットライトアームであるスーパーハッカーでな。MI6 の中枢にすらハッキングできる実力の持ち主なのだ。
MI6's mainframe. Oh, so we're doing a James Bond reference now? In the United Kingdom, the government organization responsible for foreign intelligence operations. MI6 stands for Military Intelligence Section 6. However, its formal name is the Secret Intelligence Service, or the SIS. Well, it is an actual real-life government organization, yes. Speaking of the Brits, I heard they very recently passed an Online Safety Act bill, and now the internet's about to become a whole lot more censored and requiring of IDs and whatnot in order to access certain features and sites and what have you, and is going to inevitably cause quite a lot of headaches for everybody all around the world that wants to use all the services that they've been comfortably using up until now. I'm not going to talk about it too much here. I just simply want to bring that up and just say this one thing. I fucking hate the British government. Said me, the American. That is all. I played some games via DOSBox and PCM, though mainly for Win3 or 95. I do have a DOSBox available via things like Launchbox and whatnot, but I never actually used them. Never actually used them before. I need to give it a try. People in UK can't use full on Discord without showing a photo, which of course uses AI recognition, and people use memes for identification. I've actually heard some people suggest that they basically use images as images of UK IDs as a template, and then have AI generate fake IDs using those images as templates. Now, I'm not saying you should do that, mind you. That I'm pretty damn sure that is illegal, but that is something I've heard some people have been saying that they've been doing, or are going to start doing in response to this current development. And I will say, if it's that easy to circumvent some of the restrictions that is likely going to be coming our way with a lot of services, I will laugh my ass off. But yeah, seriously, don't do that here, especially if you're a UK citizen. Don't get your asses in any legal trouble if you can help it, because your government is kind of shitty. Said me, the American. Looking from the outside. The MI6 part is a slight exaggeration. If that ever did happen, Men in Black would break down our door and take us away. No, I think for you, what's more likely to happen is the men in the white coats will come take you to the funny farm. But the super hacker part is true. The depths of his computer knowledge is uncanny. Speaking of Daru, I'm supposed to meet him at Mei Queen Yan 2. I don't have time to stand and chat with some crazy lady I don't know. Pot, meet kettle.
では俺は行く。
Although, to be fair, Rintaro is definitely not a lady, but he certainly is crazy. Medium scrum in moderation. During news stories of high public interest, reporters sometimes latch onto persons of interest, bombarding them with questions, prying into their lives, and even camping outside their houses. These activities are a serious invasion of privacy and can inflict mental and emotional stress on the subject. Yeah. When faced with stuff like that, I do not have any sympathy for the tabloid people and reporters that engage in that behavior if they manage to drive someone to the point to where they decide to get physically violent with them. Because at that point, you kind of brought it on yourselves. Like, I don't get, like, you should never do that to somebody, okay? People deserve their privacy. They need to have some breathing room. I try to make a smooth exit, one-liner and everything, but she grabs my sleeve before I can disappear into the crowd. Unhand me, woman!
何をする？
メールアド教えて。
My email, you say? I don't have anything new, from the looks of it.
何が狙いだ？
My email?
スーパーハッカーの
I guess she wants to hear Daru's story. It's my fault for mentioning him. Well, I'm meeting up with Daru, so why don't I just take her along? You sure that's a good idea? After all, for all you know, she could be a member of the organization that you're so afraid of. You might get poor Daru killed. And then think of the poor coroners that would have to carry his big rotund body out of whatever building he might be in. Think of the back pain that they would have to deal with. Poor bastards. No. Wait a second. This could be a devious trap. Maybe she's really a spy sent to kidnap Daru. I hate that he clearly heard me or read my mind. Even more evidence that I might have more in common with this maniac than I want to admit. This game predates American streamers taking selfies in Japanese areas and provoking citizens. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Johnny Somalis of the world and everything of that nature, yep. What a miserable timeline that we're currently living in with shit like that. Those sons of bitches are going to freaking kill the tourist industry in a lot of places like these, to the point to where it will not be a fun experience for me as an American to go visit any of these countries, because I want to actually visit Japan one of these days, sometime before I die. But if assholes like that here keep making nuisances of themselves, defacing shrines, graffitiing places, harassing people on the streets, making messes in businesses, you name it. The second I set foot in Japan, people are gonna immediately be able to identify where I come from, and whatever neutral or warm reception I may otherwise have gotten a few years ago will be met with something very different and very wholly unpleasant. And the worst part is, I won't be able to be too mad at them, because I would be fully understanding of why they'd be hostile to foreigners at that point. Because they're probably gonna look at me and just and be fearful that I'm another guy that's trying to make a literal nuisance out of himself for internet clout. And I hate that. I fucking hate that. I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, Japan is one of those countries where if I ever move out of the United States and I decide to pick an Asian country or somewhere I'd want to move to, Japan is one of those countries I would actually like to retire in, not work in, because their work culture fucking sucks balls. It's even worse than a lot of places here in the States in a lot of regards. They're like us on steroids when it comes to the job market, but that's a whole nother tangent for a whole nother day. But when it comes to retiring, though, from what I hear, very nice country to live in if you're not working and you can afford to, live a retired lifestyle. And I especially would love to live in the countryside in a place like Japan as well. Surround myself with bamboo. That's the dream, I'm telling you. My little corner of nature that I feel most at peace with whenever I see images of it. But again, the nuisance streamers, they would make even someone like that here probably an impossibility, because they'll just turn the local population against people like me on sight here, because they're worried I'm gonna be another one of those kinds of people. And they might also end up doing something one of these days here that by itself will give Japan further incentive to crack down on legal immigration to the country, and thus make that process even harder than it already is. So, yeah, bottom line, I hate the Johnny Somalis of the world, and I sincerely hope that the real-life Johnny Somali that's currently stuck in South Korea right now gets everything that is clearly coming to him, because boy howdy does he and people like of his ilk certainly deserve everything that's coming their way. You people are ruining a good thing for people like me who wants to visit a country in an honest manner, or even live in another country one of these days, depending on what happens to me later on and on throughout life. You're making that an impossibility, and I hate every single one of you with every fiber of my being because of that. Fuck you, and I hope that you get punched in the dick. Fuckwads. Sorry for the little random tangent, but as you can probably guess, the nuisance streamer people, they really piss me off quite a bit. Maybe she's really a spy. Oh, yeah, I think I already read this. I'm defenseless without him. Yeah, I guess you would be. You need a big meat shield in order to cover your scrawny little butt, huh? My only other ally is Mayuri, whose skills amount to costume design.
断る。今ダルを失うわけにはいかん。
I slip past her and start walking faster. I glance back. She's following me. Maybe if you try running. Maybe she'll stop. I pick up the pace. But she's still chasing me. Run faster!
俺の後ろを歩くな。
Unperturbed, she shows me her phone again. On a screen is a picture of me that she took.
ゲーまだ削除していなかったのか。
教えてくれたら削除する。
Well, twist my arm a bit, why don't you? This is certainly an offer I'm sure Rintaro can't refuse.
この俺を脅すとは。貴様、何者だ。
I attempt to glare her into submission, but her eyes are already lowered. My glare is ineffective!
私は
She hesitates for a second.
アークリライトのバイト。
Arc rewrite.
なんだそれは。
ヘンプロ秋葉原にある。
Well, I guess she may not be a journalist per se, but I guess an editorial company is not that far removed. So I guess in that sense, I was kind of halfway on the mark with her on that. One of those companies that writes articles for magazines? Is this gloomy lady really fit for that kind of work? Given a lot of the vitriol that a lot of editorial places like to write, or news outlets for that matter, I can totally believe that the people that tend to work those places are very, very, very gloomy people, to put it mildly. And I guarantee you that most of them live with at least 7 cats each.
貴様、俺の写真を無断で記事にするつもりだな。
The mad scientist of Akiba, unveiled! I can see the headlines now. That's all the organization will need to turn Akiba into a sea of blood. Calm down there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You said the assassin, they want to send assassins after you, right? I mean, it would be horribly inefficient to end up killing a whole bunch of people just to get to you, when all they would need is just a sniper in the right place in the right time just to blow your brains out on the pavement, and then just get out of there without a trace and with nobody being none the wiser as to who actually killed you. it would draw far less attention to them, and you would just basically be seen as a very rare case of somebody getting sniped in broad daylight within a place like Japan, of all places. An unusual occurrence to the population, to be sure, but none that will make people think that a serious conspiracy is afoot. You basically die a somewhat noteworthy death, and then people forget about you in a few weeks, and the organization gets to continue on doing its nefarious organization-y things indefinitely without any resistance from you, and they win. That is how I would do it if I were the organization and I want to be efficient about it, but well, yeah. You gotta think this shit through, man. No, I must avoid that gruesome outcome at all costs. I have no choice. At any rate, as long as she has that photo, I have no way of knowing how it might be used. I pull up my email address and show it to her. Looking back and forth from my phone to hers, she enters my info with terrifying speed. I bet you I'm far faster at typing on an old flip phone than she is. Now, when it came to my texting speed to phones like that back in the day, back when I was still in middle school and all that, I was damn fast. It was a point of pride for me at one point, actually. Now, Esper. A general term for humans who possess supernatural powers. Common powers include telepathy, telekinesis, and precognition, though more exotic powers exist. Why is this a Chernobyl term? I mean, this is basically pseudoscience, if anything. It is rumored that some Espers even possess the ability to reshape reality with pure force of will, derived from the term ESP, which stands for extrasensory perception. The ability to reshape reality with pure force of will. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Delusions from Chaos Head, doesn't it? So how about that, Takumi? You're an Esper. I dub her power Shining Finger! Her magical thumb types cursed emails at 255 characters per minute. Whoever receives one dies. Yellow Pages. Let your shining fingers do the walking. She's done typing my address. It took all of 5 seconds.
名前は
法院京馬マッドサイエンティストだ。
どう書くの？
フェニックスの法王に陰、そして凶悪なる真実。
Yeah, he is indeed a horrible bird.
フェニックスの法王に陰、そして凶悪なる真実だ。
I repeat my perfect explanation. This is the origin of my true name. Explaining the in part of Huin would take too long, so I left it out. Then it's not really a perfect explanation, now is it? It's missing some crucial information! She enters my name with her head tilted to the side.
こう
なんだこれはふざけるな。俺の
Ho owing your ma! The ho is owing his ma! Oh, poor Hoeen. All the hoes are owing his... Wait, that would actually wait. No. That would actually make your ma quite the pimp, wouldn't it? Thank you for that. Thank you for this. It was a cheap laugh. It was stupid as fuck, but I definitely needed it. She lowers her head a little more. An apologetic bow, I guess.
ならば携帯を貸せ。俺が入力してやる。
Uh-oh. Oh, look at that downtrodden face. I'm starting to feel a little bit of heartbreak just looking at it. She shakes her head, clutching her phone with both hands as if to protect it from me. Like a spoiled child who can't let go of a toy. Takes one to know one. She shields it from me with all her might. What does she think I'm going to do? Her reaction is a little depressing. Anyway, she's obviously not going to hand her phone over, so I ask her for her address instead. I'll send her a blank mail. She told me her name a few minutes ago, but I forgot it already, so I enter her as Shining Finger. Wait a minute, is Shining Finger a reference to Shining Force? What am I doing standing here in the middle of the street? Let's hurry up and send her a blank email. Okay, I guess I guess this is where I do my thing. No, outbox. No. Email. Up here she is. Shining Finger. And send. She's staring at her phone. I don't think I've ever met anyone who's made less eye contact with me than her. After a few seconds, her phone receives the email.
Okabe Rintaro?
なぜその名を
Probably because you didn't bother to actually change your name in your contact information, if I had to guess. Probably because you're lazy. And hey, then I can't criticize you there. I can be a bit lazy too on some things.
今のカラメールに
Damn, my email's still linked to my real name. I must change it at once!
それは世を忍ぶ仮の名だ。もう一度法王院の方の名前で送るから。
いいわこれで。
何を言う。俺は岡部倫太郎ではなく法王院京まであって。
She's really not buying it. Too bad. The phoenix is not going to be rising from its ashes in this conversation. Did you... Oh. She nods slightly. I think. It's really hard to tell. Her body language is as subdued as her voice.
消したのなら証拠を見せろ。
She silently shows me her screen. Yeah, you're showing me the image of the 5100 thing here, but that doesn't necessarily prove it. You got a little gallery, image gallery little thing I could glance at here to show that what your most recently taken pictures are or something. But then again, maybe you wouldn't want that, because for all I know, you could be one of those sick freaks that takes pictures of your most recent kills. The only picture remaining is the one of that computer. Well, I guess that works. All right, I believe her. That's a relief.
メールするから聞いといてね。
何をだ。
About the thing that she wants to know, about the thing with Daru. Oops. Get that back up there.
都市伝説。
Oh, the urban legend. Never mind. Oh, that. I almost forgot. You and me both. I don't like that. Our brains are sinking like this again. Stop that. It's making me uncomfortable. With that, Shining Finger wanders off. Okay, what's her name? What's her actual name again? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Somewhere around here, I think. No, it's past. No. I gotta go back further, I guess. It's right here somewhere, I think. Kiryu Moeka. Kiryu. Okay, Kiryu. Throughout the encounter, she kept the same cool expression. Actually, I don't think we ever once made eye contact. Speak for yourself. That's not what the sprites were showing me. Meow. I opened the door to Mei Queen Yan 2 Maid Cafe, and two familiar cat-eared girls greet me with smiles. Ah, so you're a regular here, eh? One of them is Mayuri. Oh my god, it is Mayuri. I didn't recognize her at first because of the different hairstyle and hair color. Holy shit! Well, I mean, I guess you have the right personality for a cat girl, kinda. I think. But here, she's called Mayushi Nyan Nyan. So she works here. I stop by about twice a month. I guess that would make me a regular customer. Yeah, it kinda would. So who's Pinky? Actually, I've never been to any other maid cafe. After bowing again, Mayuri gasps as if she thought of something. Okay, I guess they kind of do, actually. They do have similar pronunciation. Whatever. The other maid who came to greet me, Ferris Nyan Nyan, her professional name, of course, I didn't think that was her real name, hits me with her trademark combo attack of cute cat-like gestures. She pawned at me. She's Mei Queen Nyan 2 plus Nyan 2's most popular maid. Gee, I wonder why. Even though she and Mayuri are about the same age, she looks and acts a bit younger. Daru frequents this cafe because he's got a crush on Ferris. He often reads her public blog while muttering, "Ferris, you're so cute, Ferris," to himself. Kawaii. He's got real bad. I bet he does. I keep telling him to choose between either 2D or 3D, but he doesn't listen. Well, to be fair, if we're going by just by appearances alone, if I were a 2D man living in a 2D world and would thus see said 2D world as a 3D world, and I was presented with 3D girls like this, I'd probably find myself staring a little bit too. I say that as though I'm not already. I also have trouble dealing with this cat girl. Do tell, enlighten me. Does she poke fun at you or something? Not take your delusions seriously? I bet it's that, isn't it? She doesn't put up with your shit either. She always finds a way to best me. Or maybe she just embarrasses you. I mean, hey, I'm fine with that too.
今日も期間打倒のための極秘会議かにゃ。
そんなところだ。
I don't think she's asking that with any real sincerity. I think she's just getting ready to tease us.
フェイリスも混ぜてほしいにゃ。
やめておけ。猫耳メイドが太刀打ちできるほど期間は甘くない。
Yeah. I can believe it. Maybe the organization would be threatened by dog girls instead.
そんなことないにゃ。フェイリスにはあの非奥義があるのにゃ。きっとお役に立てるにゃ。
何？あの非奥義、ついに得得したのか。
Where's Keiichi may borrow when you need him? Or Riku for that matter, but then again, I don't think he'd really give them too much thought unless they're in Maiko outfits. So yeah, you're right. We definitely would need Keiichi for this one, for sure. Oh god. I miss Angel Mort already. What? Oh wait, never mind. I thought this was something that I had to read. Never mind. You finally mastered that secret technique. What secret technique?
そうにゃ。嫌なコーチの修行に耐え抜き、師匠の死も乗り越えて、フェイリスはついに手に入れたのにゃ。
What mentor? Ferris knows my true name, Hoin Kyoma. I've also told her all about the organization. And now she's more into it than I am. Wait, you're serious? So she's not pulling your leg or getting ready to tease you or something, but she's an actual true believer. Bona fide true believer. Oh dear. Oh dear. Look what you've done, you bastard. You've brainwashed this poor girl. If you don't stop this now, she'll turn into a true menace to society. She's always the one to bring up the subject whenever we meet. By the way, this is the first time I've heard of this secret technique or whatever it is.
だから今日約束通りフェイリスも精霊会議に参加させてほしいにゃ。
Spirit conference. I got mail! Sorry, I don't know any ancient secrets. At least I don't think our shrine has anything like that. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you should go to Izumo or Issei instead. Well, that's unfortunate. I did 10 practice swings with Samidare. He's improving! It'll take 30 minutes if I play along with her.
お前、サンクチュアリに行くというのか。ダメだ。いくら非奥義を得得したとはいえ、あの場所はお前にはまだ早すぎる。
そんな約束したにゃ。にゃのに、京馬は裏切るっていうのかにゃ。
Now look what you've done! You made the future menace to society cry!
それに、あの場所にはフェイリスのお兄ちゃんが。
Do I dare ask what you mean by this? Since when do you have a brother? Yeah, okay, that tells me exactly what I need to know. And what the hell is this spirit conference anyway? Ferris looks at me with actual tears in her eyes. I falter, even though I know it's not just one of her cutesy acts. Oh, thank God she is acting then. Hopefully. The knot harem of Hoin Kyoma grows strong. Yeah, clearly! Although I do wonder how Mr. Braun factors into the harem. Whenever I talk with her, I run out of comebacks, which is really unusual for me. And then she takes the initiative, leaving me with nothing to do but to listen to her spout delusions. What's wrong, Mr. Huing? Not a fan of receiving your own medicine, are you? I mean, come on, you can only take it so far. So even you have limits, eh? There's a very clear difference between her stories and mine. I don't know, they sound pretty they don't sound too dissimilar to me, based on what I'm hearing so far. Although to be fair, I don't think you've said anything so far that gives me the impression that you have a little sister complex, so maybe you might be right. As anyone can see, I speak nothing but the truth, while Ferris has only delusions and made-up backstory. I can see, yeah, I think I can see why you're actually annoyed with her then in that case, because she's basically you, and you don't like staring at your own reflection in the mirror, metaphorically speaking. I always have to play along. Mr. Braun is definitely best girl. Yeah, based on what I've seen so far, I'm definitely inclined to agree with you there. She brings all the TVs, lays the smackdown with the harem dude in question, and has the most brawn, befitting of her name. Truly, can you think of a better waifu than Mr. Braun? I certainly can't. That's why I feel like I can never best her.
なんかわからないけど、マユシーもサンクチュアリっていうところに行きたいな。
Why, yes, of course you can. Who could possibly say no to you? This cafe is the one that has all the Steins merchant and the real Akiba. Of course it does. Yeah, I can totally believe it. Because, you know, maid cafe is themed and all that. I can totally believe it. Great. Now look who's joined in. It's just going to get worse from here. I have to end this conversation now!
来なくていい。この話はもう終わりだ。
Well, you heard the man. No, you can't come.
今日まだけずるいにゃ。そうだよ。マユシーもフェリスちゃんもダメなんてね。オカリンは冷たいと思うのです。
Yeah, I mean, why would you just leave some cats alone to their poor lonesome selves? You wouldn't want to make strays out of these two now, would you, Huin?
フェリスとは誰だ?
What if they get picked up by the Humane Society? What will you do then? Will you be able to sleep at night knowing that they'll wind up in a cage somewhere in the Humane Society?
フェリスちゃんはフェリスちゃんだよ。ね。
Do they even have a Humane Society in Japan, now that I think about it? Well, it's probably not called that. It's probably called something else, but, you know, serves a similar purpose. Mayuri and Ferris looks at each other and smile. Is she talking about this Ferris? Is that her real name? Have I been mistaken all this time? That's a disturbing thought.
あのね、マユシーは言いにくいからフェリスちゃんって短くしてるんだ。
なんだそういうことか。
なんだか女学院みたいで、それも悪くないにゃ。
Tabby, like the orange cat. That's cute. Nice pun. Okay then. Moving on. Yeah, I think I definitely like her already. Just for that stupid little pun, you've already gotten 10 points of likability in my mind. That puts you in the lead of everybody else so far.
いいからさっさと案内してくれ。俺はいつまでここに立っていればいいんだ。
ごめんなさいにゃ。ご主人様、ご案内にゃ。マユシ、ご案内よろしくにゃんにゃ。
Take me to the kiddie bowl!
任せてにゃんにゃん。
If you hadn't noticed, the cat-eared maids here at Mian Queen Yan 2 are required to add cat sounds, nyas and yans, to their words with some frequency. Well, holy shit! If you hadn't said anything, I don't think I ever would have noticed. I'm not a very observational person, you know. Mayuri takes my hand and leads me inside. Apparently, Mayushi Nyanyan is the only one who leads customers by the hand like this. It probably comes naturally to her. She doesn't even realize the effect it has on her customers. And that's why she's second to Ferris in popularity at this maid cafe. And what kind of effect is it having on you, bird brain? She guides me to Daru's table. The tables are about 60% full, and the other 40% are taken by Daru, right? Among Akiba's maid cafes, Maid Queen Yan 2's popularity is solid, but not booming. Considering what Ferris and the others are wearing, it's more like a cosplay cafe than a maid cafe. Well, yeah, I mean, they're wearing cat ears. I think that should go without saying, in all due seriousness. Furthermore, the cat ears and Nyanyan, that's a bit of a tongue twister, dialect make it less accessible to low-level otaku and first-timers. On the other hand, those same cat ears are a topic of heated debate among die-hard maid cafe fans. Maids don't have cat ears. Cat ears plus maid equals ×2 moe. Those two viewpoints clash. This place is one of the older maid cafes in Akihabara, but it doesn't get much media exposure. Maybe that's what makes it more comfortable than most. Hey, I can definitely understand that. At least that's what Daru says. He talks about this stuff so much that it's been burned into my synapses.
ダルくん、オカリンが来たにゃん。
遅すぎでしょマジで。
There you are, my boy, my man, my chum. How you doing? Is the food here any good? Daru sits in front of me, but doesn't look my way. He looks upset for some reason.
それで、今フェイリスタンと何を話していたか詳しく。
He probably heard my 40% joke at his expense. And if he did, I can totally understand why. But I mean, hey.
聞きたいのかどうせダルには理解できない話だと思うが。
Hell, even I didn't get most of it.
ああ、そっち系の話か。フェイリスタンとオカリンの会話は普通のオタじゃついていけない領域に達してるよな。オーラみたいなものが出てるっつうの。二人だけの固有結界張りやがって許さない。絶対にだ。
What on God's green earth is a reality marble? Reality marble. Shiobyu, a type of magecraft in which the user overwrites the world of a pocket dimension based on his or her emotional experience. Often used in ordinary conversation to speak of couples flirting in public, immersed in their own world, not caring about the pain they are inflicting on others. So this is just basically a convoluted way of saying that people are basically off in La La Land, minding their own business regardless of what's happening around them, right? Okay, got it.
フェリスちゃんもオカリンのこと気に入ってるみたいだにゃ。お店に来るご主人様たちみんな含めてフェリスちゃんのお話についていけるのはね、オカリンだけだもんにゃ。
I'm not even close to keeping up with her.
そんなオカリンに嫉妬。なんという勝ち組。
嘘で塗り固めた女になど興味はない。
今日のお前が言うなすれはここですか。
黙れ浮気野郎めが。 二次元の嫁が泣いているぞ。
ぐはー、痛いところ疲れたっす。
Daro theatrically grabs his chest and falls onto the table. Careful, man! You might make that thing collapse! I sip from one of the glasses of water that Mayuri brought to our table.
んで、ご主人様、ご注文はお決まりですかにゃ？
オムライス、それとホットコーヒー、ブラックで。
So, you take your
か
coffee
しこまり
black,
ま
eh?
しにゃんにゃん。
The Killer World! Welcome to the stream! Reality Marbles are a reference to another VN. Oh, they are. What's its name? I wonder if I've heard of it, whatever it is. Well, but yeah, what's its name? If you don't mind my asking. After taking my order, Mayuri finds her way toward the counter as if swimming between the rows of tables. Fate Stay Night. Okay, yeah, I definitely know that one. It's also on my bucket list of VNs to check out. I'm likely going to be checking out the little remake that came out not too long ago, and I think that one should be safe to stream, so... No idea when I'll get around to it, though, but yeah, it is on the bucket list for sure.
で、僕になんか用事だった？
Daro asks without getting up from the table. That's right. In my confrontations with Shining Finger and Catgirl... Shining Finger and Catgirl sounds like it could be a Saturday morning cartoon show, doesn't it? It's pretty good. Yeah, so I've heard. I hear it's one of the more highly regarded visual novel series in general, especially the first entry. In my confrontations with Shining Finger and Catgirl, I almost forgot my original objective. Again, it sounds like the perfect name for a Saturday morning cartoon or something. Shining Finger and Catgirl. I mean, doesn't it?
あと1時間ぐらいしたらラボに行くつもりだったんだけど。
内密で緊急の話があるのだ。
I lean back on the table and scan the area without moving my head.
ジョン・タイターは知っているよな。
ジョン・タイター？誰？
John Titor. Okay, that's how you actually pronounce the name. Titor, not Titor, but Titor. My apologies, I've apparently been saying it wrong this entire time.
アメリカに10年ほど前に現れた自称未来人だ。お前とは以前こいつの話題をしたはずだぞ。
またオカリンのいつもの設定？
設定とか言うな。俺が話すことは全て真実だ。
I'm still wondering if the amount of events that have been affected by the shift do indeed extend to only 10 years. I still think that the potential damage that we're talking about here could be a lot bigger than that now. I don't have any proof, of course. I'm just speculating, but again, I really wish that he would just look up some random historical fact that he might have been taught in school, like an event, or like a big historical event or something that occurred within the past half century or so, and then see if he can find any information on it, and then see, hey, did this thing that apparently happened X number of years ago, is there still information I can find on it? And if not, then well, we'd have an even bigger frame of reference as to the amount of events that could have been changed in this timeline. And the reason I keep bringing this up is because I want to try to get as close to an accurate gauge as possible as to the scale of events that have been affected by the shift. Because if we know how big the change is, how far back it extends, we may be able to pinpoint by reverse engineering. Reverse engineering might not be the best way to put it, but we might be able to pinpoint the approximate time frame in which the divergence actually occurred. If we just look at the earliest possible event that has been changed in history based on the current timeline that we're in right now. Because clearly, this thing has affected at least 10 years worth of, I'm just going to repeat myself if I keep going on this train of thought, so I'm just going to move on. While at it, we'll casually drop a recommendation for Natural Plus's You and Me and Her, which has a relation to Doki Doki Literature Club. I actually own that one, believe it or not, on Just USA's website. I do have a copy of it, but I believe it has some Arrowgate elements to it, so it's something I would have to do a dedicated Let's Play on if I get around to covering it. So, and given my current work schedule these days, who the hell knows when that'll actually happen? But I am definitely interested in checking that one out for sure. It is definitely on my list. Again, I just have no idea when I'll get around to it because real life is just kind of fucking me in all manner of directions like right now, unfortunately. That would be pretty interesting. You and Me and Her? Yeah, it would be. Because, I mean, hey, speaking of Doki Doki Literature Club, I still have yet to check out the Plus version that came out like about a year ago or so now. At least I think it was a year ago now. But I'm not, well, then again, maybe it might be something I could, I wonder if I should cover that, actually. Something I'll have to think about. I guess it will depend largely on how much new content has been added to Doki Doki Literature Club through the Plus version. If it's a substantial amount, then I might consider it. But if not, then maybe I'll just play it on my own time and just see the differences for myself. It is technically Arrowgay. If I recall correctly, the Steam version has a safer work toggle in the settings. Well, given what I'm willing to cover and what I'm willing to cover and edit and all that sort of thing, with the two Arrowgays I've currently got on my belt already. The Devil on G-String, and currently Lamination International. I have no issues whatsoever with adult content of any kind here. I just gotta basically make a YouTube-friendly version of episodes, and then I can just make an uncut, uncensored version of said episodes that I can distribute to you guys wherever, in case you'd rather see those instead. So I would just simply need to make essentially two versions of the Let's Play in question. So that way, whoever wants to see whichever version can see said version that interests them the most. Again, the real issue here is just having time for it here, because as it is, I'm having tough enough time here just setting aside time just to do these streams. Yeah, I tell you. Real life is really annoying lately, not gonna lie. But I guess that's just what happens when you get older and real life responsibilities gradually pile onto you. For all I know, things are only going to continue getting busier from here, but I'm not gonna say any more because I don't want to jinx myself. Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is basically DDLC with bonus scenes, but they double the time and length and are plot relevant. Okay, so it doubles the length of the game then, so that definitely sounds substantial enough to consider the idea of checking it out on the channel. So I'll make a note of it then.
Ah, めんどくせえ。じゃあ付き合ってやるけどさ。そのタイターってやつが未来人だっていうソースは？
待て、なんでそんな初耳のような言い方をする？
事実初耳だから。
忘れたわけではなく？
自信はないけど。
日本でもそいつに関する本が出ている。
Well, why don't you look up those books and see if they still exist? Talking about Arrowgay, Fate is also an Arrowgay. If I remember correctly, the remaster lets you censor most of it. To my understanding, the original version of Fate's Stay Night here did have sex scenes and whatnot in there. But it was explained to me via another viewer that those were things that the writer of said visual novel just basically added in here because it was kind of a popular trend to do at the time, and not necessarily because they had any real creative weight to the story themselves. So when the remaster was made, those were largely cut out. Those were largely cut out because they really didn't add much of anything to the story that the original creator actually wanted there to begin with. So in a case like that, I could understand why such content would be cut. But yeah, other than that, I don't know what actual adult content, if any, what actual adult content is in the remaster. I'm assuming it's safe enough for me to stream on YouTube. But if not, then, well, yeah, that could be another possible problem then. Guess I'll need to talk to that person in question next chance I get here and see maybe if I can. Well, actually, I don't even necessarily have to do that. I could just Google it. Whatever, I'll find out somehow. Pretty much most visual novels until 2010s are erogaze. Well, I mean, yeah, you're probably right about that, actually. Again, it's not like I have an issue with erogaze. The problem is actually covering them on YouTube without getting my ass in trouble with YouTube's guidelines. If YouTube had the sense to just create an adults-only section for stuff like that here, then that would be one thing. I wouldn't mind. I certainly wouldn't be. I wouldn't have any issues trying to stream anything like that again. But I would imagine that would require some personal identification to be required if they were to implement a system like that, among other logistical problems that even I would be hesitant to mess with. So I'm not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm reluctant to give Google more of my real life information than they probably already have. So, yeah. Life would really, but honestly though, if I didn't have to worry about something like that, life would just be so much easier for me right now if I could just stream erogaze content somewhere too that isn't some shady site or something. So that way, everybody can get a little bit of what they want, and I don't have to worry so much about making dedicated Let's Play videos. I gotta try to edit and everything in my currently busy schedule. It'd just be less of a hassle for everybody involved, I'm sure. But alas, these are in the cards I'm being dealt with, so I gotta do the best I can with what I have to work in. Yep, it could be argued only one or two is important. Okay.
その本を見せてくれたら思い出せるかも。
本当に何も知らないのか？
人の記憶力なんて結構曖昧なもんしょ。デジタルと違ってさ。
You could argue that our brains are essentially organic computers, if you want to argue technicalities and semantics and stuff like that. This is wrong. I remember talking to Daru about John Titor back in high school. It was only idle talk, so it's possible that Daru forgot about it. Daru is quite the internet addict, but the internet lets you choose what information you want to see. Not necessarily. Just look at things like algorithms and advertisements. I get subjected to all manner of things I wish I've never seen. All the time, even now. Think the vampire system ads that I keep getting constantly spammed with on YouTube, for example. Stupid fucking Quinn. There's no guarantee Daru looked up info on John Titor. Quinn Talon was bleeding from his butt. His ass had just hit the asphalt and all that. Yeah, I just can't be bothered to remember that stuff. It's just so fucking stupid. And I stopped paying attention after the first few times here, and even then I noticed that some of the ads would keep contradicting each other, so it's just gotten to the point where I just started blocking that stuff out. I don't even remember the exact details anymore, but it's just as soon as I hear the name Quinn, I get pissed, okay? I get super pissed. Because I'm trying to either listen to something on YouTube while I'm multitasking or watch something, and then Quinn enters my life unexpectedly and without my permission over and over again, and after a while I start to see red. And I don't mean the blood that Quinn apparently needs to drink because he's a fucking vampire or whatever stupid fucking shit he's got. I fucking hate YouTube so much when it comes to their ads. If he had, I doubt he would have forgotten so completely. Is it my memories that are mistaken, or everyone else's? Well, unironically, I guess you could argue it's not you, it's the rest, it's everyone else who's got something wrong with them. Which, in any other context, if you were to say that unironically, you would rightly be looked at as the crazy person in the room. But no, in this context, it's everyone else that has something wrong with them, and you're the only one who's sane, or in this case, actually able to remember things.
だったら IBN5100 については
へえ、オカリンがそんな PC を知ってるなんてね。やるじゃん。
Okay, so he knows about the IBN 5100.
知っているんだな。
IBN が1975年に発売したモデルっしょ。
1975. Well, how about that? I was right. It was a computer from. It did look like a computer from the 1970s. Right. That's what John Tider said on that channel. He traveled to 1975 first, obtained an IBN 5100, then leaped to 1998.
どんな PC なんだ。
値段高すぎの PC だな。黎明期だったからすげえ高くて、個人には手が出せなかったらしい。IBN の独自技術が詰まった、その当時にしては結構優秀な PC だったんだけどね。IBN は6年後の1981年に IBN-PC っていう大ヒットシリーズを発売してて、そっちの方が有名なわけ。つうか僕も IBN5100 の知識はネットのウィキを見たことがあるぐらいだぞ。
The wiki. An online system for the creation and compilation of hypertext documents on a web server.
それが現在の秋葉にあるという都市伝説を聞いたことは。
おうあるある。1ヶ月前ぐらいにネットで話題になったな。で、その噂を聞きつけたアットちゃんの有志が秋葉中のショップを探して回ったんだよ。フレパラのフレンドにゲジネって人がいるんだけど、その人が中心になってね。
Sister Centipede. Now there's a name. So, from Frey Para, fictional, a popular SNS social networking service website. Social networking services, also known as social networks, are community-oriented websites that come in a variety of formats, such as registration-based, invite-only, and more. Websites such as these are designed to facilitate easy communication between users. So yeah, social media basically.
あの疾風陣雷のナイトハルトまで出張ってきたらしいけど、結局見つからなかったんだって。
Hey, Nineheart, wasn't that Takami's handle on that little sword on that little MMO game he liked to play?
じゃあ、都市伝説はデマだったということか。
さあ知らねえ。秋葉にはアンダーグラウンドなショップがたくさんあるし、
Pretty sure it was
案外どっかの怪しいショッ
Nineheart.
プにひょっこり転がっててもおかしくないんじゃね？
ふむ、なるほど。
I got mail! Uh-oh. I'm being fingered through my email. I do not consent! Okabe-san, I mailed you as soon as I could. My name is Kiryu Moika. My god, she's ruthless! My body can't take it! I'm a 20-year-old freelance editor. I believe I mentioned I work part-time at Arc Rewrite. Sorry for taking your picture. It wasn't on purpose. I needed some shots at Akihabara for work, and you just happened to be in one. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was hoping to sneak some shots of the satellite. LMAO. Holy crap, she laughs! By the way, the picture I took was just a test, not the final shot. That's why I was using my phone. Even if you hadn't begged me to delete it, I wouldn't have posted it, so don't worry. Dear God, she writes as much as I do. Birds of a feather. Anyway, I should get to the point. I'm really sorry for asking like this, Okabe-kun, but it would be super great if you could ask your friend, the super hacker, about the IBM 5100. I don't really know anything about computers, especially old computers. All I have to go on is that picture I showed you. I'll attach the image. Be absolutely positively sure to reply, okay? I'll be waiting. And if you could, I'd be super happy if you gave me your super hacker friend's email address. I'll mail you again. It's okay to mail you again, right? Of course it is. Bye. She's certainly a lot more emotive via text than she is in person. Ooh, hello. Is it me, or did the image quality of this computer end up going down since I last saw it? Yes, it was. Okay, so Nineheart. I did remember right. Okay, good. I'm glad I did. And more connections. Yep. The plot thickens. Oh, come on. What's with this mail? Disregarding the weird timing. Is this really the gloomy, unsociable woman I met in front of Radican? Hey, maybe she's autistic. And I mean that in the sense to where people who have Asperger's or autism or what have you, depending on the severity of the condition, they can be very stoic-faced on the surface, but on the inside, they can emote just as much as they do an actual person. I know there are other neurological disorders and whatnot here that can also manifest something like that, but autism and Asperger's is one of the more popular ones, based on my understanding. But yeah, long story short, the autist can emote just as much as you and I can, even if they may not necessarily show it all that well. And sometimes they may express it through things like text or anything else that doesn't require much actual emoting via tone of voice, body language, their facial expressions, you name it. Random trivia for the day. I hope you enjoyed. She's like a completely different person in this email. Does she have split personalities or something? Well, I got some info about the IBM 5100, so I guess I should give her a reply. But if I send a reply to a woman I just met, won't I come off as clingy and desperate? I don't think she cares, and frankly, neither do I. Can I reply? It won't let me finger the fingerer right back! What the hell? This stuff is all about give and take, isn't it? These intimate actions? I, Huin Kyuma, will not be taken lightly. This is my chance to make her understand which one of us is the superior human being. And above all, I've yet to ascertain if she can be trusted. She might start harassing me if I reply the wrong way. And besides, She hasn't proven that she's not working for the organization. Nonetheless, it couldn't hurt to tell her what I learned from Daru, as far as you know. To discourage her, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. That was terribly quiet. I should have been louder with my evil laugh. This is out of kindness. Mm-hmm.
待たせたな、ダル。それで、一つだけ確認したいんだが。
I scan the area of my eyes once more. Then I lean in close.
IBN5100 は世界滅亡の引き金になるアイテムなんだな。
なんでだよ。引き金にはならないし、世界滅亡もしないっつの。
Really? You can't issue like command lines or something after hooking it up to the nukes and then have them launch the nukes after putting in the necessary command line? You know, like if you're messing around on the BIOS settings on a modern day computer, or if you're using a DOS computer. I'm pretty sure the White House had access. I'm pretty sure the White House and other governments around the world that had computers like these back in the day were able to launch nukes via old DOS computers if they wanted to. Yeah.
にゃに？世界滅亡しちゃうのかにゃ？
If I give you some catnip, will you quiet down and go away? We're in the middle of a serious conversation, m'lady. I do like you still, but... Again, serious conversation. I need info. Ferris brings my omelet rice. Actually, never mind. You're just bringing me food. You can stay. She's doing her cat-like gestures while keeping her tray balanced on one hand. True feline agility. Anybody who brings me food is allowed to stay within my presence, no matter how serious the topic of discussion is. Despite her nyan nonsense, it's still a tongue twister for me to say, Ferris is a consummate professional.
ご主人様、お待たせしましたにゃんにゃん。オムライスにゃん。
The cat girl puts the omelet rice on the table, then takes a bottle of ketchup from her apron pocket. Now that's just cute. And looks positively delectable. Gimme! She uses it to write "The world is doomed" in red letters upon the omelet's blank yellow canvas. Not if I eat the world! It won't be doomed then if it's been eaten!
世界滅亡前にどうぞ召し上がれ。
うお！世界がやばい、きた！フェイリスタンの丸文字の可愛さに僕もやばい。
Get your own omelet! This is mine! It appears the cuteness has shattered Daru's sanity. I give him a look that says calm down, but to no avail. I smooth out the ketchup with the bottom of my spoon, erasing the ketchup words. You son of a bitch! How dare you! I gotta stick a fork in your eye for that. Okay, maybe that's a bit too violent. I should just stick a fork in his ass instead. I'm going to eat it either way. You better!
ダルニャンダルニャン。フェイリス杯の件考えてくれたかにゃ？
What if the ketchup said whose eyes are those eyes? That would be very creepy. It would make my imagination run wild. And it would also be a nice little callback. Now imagine this instead. What if the letter instead say, "You want to learn how to get free real estate"?
ああ、もちろん。僕も参加します。
フェイリス杯？なんだそれは。
I imagine it's a Ferris-shaped cup, no? I take a mouthful of omelet rice. Don't talk with your mouth full. That's rude.
次の日曜日にこの店でライネットの大会をやるのにゃ。
I would shit myself, LMAO. Well, do it and well, just do it while you're on the toilet. Otherwise, well, unless you don't mind wearing brown pants, then you do you. She may be a real cat girl. She may be a real cat girl. Scientifically, you can never know for sure. Bullshit! It's with the power of science that I can know for sure. I need a good set of magnifying glasses, something to document my findings, and I need to just get alone with her. Milady! If you would kindly come with me, I would like to do a scientific investigation with your aid. Ferris starts dancing in place. I prefer she not jump around like that when people are eating nearby. Would you relax? It's not like she's spitting on you or something. Jesus. Just shut up and eat your damn omelet.
フェイリスはその幹事である実行委員長、つまり言い出しっぺなのにゃ。よかったら今日も参加するにゃ。参加費はドリンク込みで1000円。フェイリスに勝てた人には商品として手作り料理を振る舞うにゃ。
Free drink too. Nice.
無理無理。オカリンはライネットには詳しくないんだ。
にゃー、面白いのに。
いいんだ、俺は。
I stop shoveling the omelet rice into my mouth. Then I deliver a melancholy sigh.
ライネット、アクセスバトラーズか。その名を聞くたび、チャンピオンだったあいつのことを思い出す。あれからもう2年になるのか。
I bet you that former champion sucked.
いや、なんでもない。今のは忘れてくれ。
にゃにゃ、すっごく思わせぶりな態度だったのにゃ。あいつって誰にゃ。
多分存在しないんじゃね。ライネットって公式大会が始まったのは1年前ぐらいだし。
Well, how about that? The former champion sucked so hard, he basically sucked himself out of existence. Almost as bad as me. I mean, Rhinet didn't even... Oh, no, never mind. I wasn't supposed to read that. Never mind.
今日もあの人のことまだ忘れられないのかにゃ。
はあ
？Well, now that I think about it, as long as this former champion isn't as bad as someone like, say, Darkside Phil or something, there might be hope for them.
確かにあの頃、あの人、フェイリスのお兄ちゃんとキョマはとっても仲が良くて、フェイリスも嫉妬しちゃうぐらいだったにゃ。
You still going on about your brother complex? Damn it. She took my story and ran with it again. Okay, so who's actually got the non-existent brother here then? You or her? Now I'm confused. I never even said anything about him being her brother. Hell, I don't know if Ferris even has siblings. Why don't you ask? I love her. She's a professional. Yeah, I like her too. We're not at love levels yet. Maybe that might change, but for now, like I said before, she's already got 10 likability points for me just for the pun that she made earlier. The tabby pun. I shouldn't have talked about stuff like this in front of Ferris.
でも、いい加減、思い出にばかりすがるのはやめるにゃ。
Her shout resounds throughout the store. Her finger snaps at me.
フェイリスは辛くても辛いからこそお兄ちゃんの意志を継いでライネッターになったんだにゃ。覚えてるかにゃ。お兄ちゃんがいつも言ってた言葉。いつかライネットで世界に平和をもたらそうって。
フェイリス、コーヒー持ってきて。
にゃにゃ。
I present my empty plate to Ferris. I don't have time for your nonsense, woman. Get me some beans. Black, no cream. I always eat quickly. It's a habit I picked up naturally during my years on the run from the organization. It's like Godot. I'm a legendary prosecutor who's never lost a case. Because it's my first case. Exactly. Trials and Tribulations was such a wild ride. First time through. I played it on the DS way back in the day. I haven't actually gone around to playing the Great Ace Attorney games yet. A part of me kind of wants to possibly check those out on the channel, but the problem is I've already played most of all the other Ace Attorney games on my own time anyway. So it would feel like as though I might be missing some important context to provide some important context to the rest of the channel if I didn't cover them. But the problem is, since I've already played them before, several times in the case of some of them, I wouldn't really be surprised at anything, so I don't really feel like there's really much I could really bring. Are there games in your life where you really wish you could just go back in time and just play them for the first time again? Oh, what am I saying? Of course there is. I'm sure there's probably dozens of games like that here for each and every one of you who are listening right now. For me, it's probably hundreds, because I got quite the extensive collection, which my Steam library alone should be able to prove. I got a lot of games. A lot. A Clash of Delusions. Great Ace Attorney is one of the best things in fiction. And it's a spin-off in a different time period, so no need to depend on other games. Yeah, that is true, now that you mention it. Takes place during the, the early 1900s, if I remember right. So it would chronologically take place long before the rest of the series, so maybe it actually would be okay for me to cover that. Plus, it would give me something it would give me an excuse to cover an Ace Attorney game or two on the channel that I haven't actually played before, which would be really fun because I do really enjoy murder mysteries. It's also why series like Danganronpa and all that really vibed with me a good bit. Screw the slow food trend. Slow food? Food that takes time to cook and eat, as opposed to fast food or instant food. Well, hey, delayed gratification can be its own reward, man. Don't knock the slow food till you try it. Ferris takes the dish and heads back to the counter. Phew. If I'd let things go as they were, I would have had to play along for Delusions for another 10 minutes. Was that really such a bad thing, though? And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I want to update the stream thumbnail again. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back real fast here and get a different CG for it. So this should hopefully only take me just a minute or two to do. Not long at all. So we're gonna force skip till I get to where I need to get to. Okay, I'll look at your thing. Then we'll call Daru. Okay, we're just gonna skip here. Guess we gotta do this real quick too. There we go. Now here, shit! Fuck! I missed it! God damn it! Okay, let me try again. Let me try again. Fucking hell. Like, holy shit, the force skip thing really is freaking fast. On one hand, if you got a lot of text that you need to get through, I do appreciate the speed, but when you don't have too much to go through, like, oh my god. It's an absolute detriment. Alright, we gotta do this again. Real sorry about this, Miss Autist. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. There we go. I want to use this image now. I think it'll be a lot more eye-catching for the stream if I do. Plus, it's so wholesome. I mean, look at it. Doesn't it just warm your heart seeing a couple of cat girls staring at you? Okay. Let's get you fitted. Right about... Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Want to be pixel perfect about it, because I'm just that anal about this sort of stuff. Now, let's save you here in the whip folders. Oh, shit. Get back there. And now for the finished version. There we go. Now let's change you yet again. Perfect. I doubt we're going to come across a thumbnail that will be better than this for this episode, but hey, you never know. Alright, let's get back to where we were. Let me load up my other save. Thanks for waiting, my human cannonball. I hope it wasn't too boring for you. You like Rain Code, or as some say, Danganronpa 4, as you investigate crimes in a cyberpunk city. Rain Code. Oh wait, yeah, that... I saw that game not too long ago on Steam. It's kind of like a... it's got a similar visual aesthetic to Danganronpa, but it's more 3D based. It kind of looks like a more polished version of Ultra Despair Girls, now that I'm thinking about it. If we're talking about, you know, the Danganronpa aesthetic, but, you know, in 3D. Because Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls is an actual Danganronpa game, but when it comes to the matching the actual aesthetics that you get from the 2D assets, the 3D assets in that game were kind of lacking, to put it mildly. I mean, you could recognize it well enough, but it definitely... some stuff definitely got lost in translation with that one. But the code rain thing that you mentioned here definitely looks like a much more polished affair when it comes to actually translating the 2D style of Danganronpa to 3D. So on that alone, on that aspect alone, I'm certainly interested. Now, whether or not it'll end up being a good game, like say the first couple Danganronpa games, that's a whole nother affair. Although, then again, I do have a soft spot for Ultra Despair Girls, even if it's not, even I don't view it quite as favorably as the first two games, but whatever. Tangent, I'll go off on a tangent if I don't shut up now. But yeah, I am aware of Rain Code, for sure. Phew. If I left things going as they were, I would have had to play along for Delusions for another 10 minutes.
フェイリスタンは知る人ぞ知る実力派ライネッターなんだぜ。
Daru explains with a wry smile.
非公式の野良試合では400戦無敗なのさ。
So, how many official matches does she win?
ヒクソンかよ。
Daru ignores my perfect retort.
フェイリスタンが公式大会に出ないのが残念だよ。出れば優勝間違いなしなのに。
Alright, looking at the time now, I think we got maybe about another hour and 10 minutes left to go. So, let's see what we can get done within an hour and 10 minutes.
なんで出ないんだ？
この店のご主人様たちを第一に考えてるってことっしょ。店に迷惑をかけてまで大会には出ないってスタンス、メイドの鏡だろマジで。それにマユシと同い年だから学校も行かなきゃいけないだろうし。
店に迷惑かけないと言っておきながらフェイリス杯なるものを店で開くのか。
細けいことはいいんだよ。とりあえずフェイリスタンは可愛い、可愛いは正義、猫耳ロリメイドはけしからん、性的な意味で。それでいいだろう。
Well, that is true. Cuteness is justice.
お前は結局二次元派なのか三次元派なのか、どちらなのだ。
あえて言おう、倍であると。
So you're 2.5D then?
いろいろとフリーダムだな、ダルは。
よく言われます。さあせん。
Well, hey, you won't get any judgment from me. I'm 2.5D too. What I prefer, I mean. Or bi, as you call it. I like 2D and 3D. Daru usually doesn't show enthusiasm for anything. The exceptions are Moe and Ferris. I wish he were this passionate about our experiments. And we're back in the cave, and I got mail. You got mail. You're more perceptive than I thought. Yeah, wait. The final battle is close at hand. So, you have my contact information, huh? So, now you understand what is at stake. The Red Southern Cross will soon hatch, yeah. The time has come for Ferris to journey to the sanctuary and prepare for... I can say no more, yeah. What does hatch say? Impossible. You mean it's already awakening? It's 50 years earlier than I predicted. What does this mean? It means somebody is about to be a father. The Red Southern Cross. What's this one say? I see. So the holders of original sin, those who, like me, were born to Prototype 13, have begun to assemble and occupy, guided by a star that we alone can see. The time is right. This sounds familiar. It's ringing some kind of bell in my mind, probably another anime thing, but I can't quite remember what bell it's ringing. And finally, perceptive. What are you talking about? Will you quit testing me with this mockery? As much as I want to respond to the pun, I will respond to hatch instead. And now we play the waiting game yet again. I had to pull Daru away from Ferris so we could return to the lab. We arrived to find it hotter than a sauna in hell. Now that sounds like paradise to me. I love saunas. I quickly opened the windows, letting a small breeze blow in. It won't be enough. Your version of hell is your version of hell is my version of heaven. Like Stan users were attracted to each other? Oh, so it's another JoJo's reference. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember now. Thanks for refreshing my memory on that, I mean. I switched our fan to full power and placed it on the table in front of me. I really wish we had an air conditioner. I turned on the computer. This is our PC for communal use among the lab members. It still uses an old CRT monitor, so it looks ancient. CRT, dynamite, CRT. Brawn tube! Another name for the Cahote ray tube. This name is used more commonly in Germany and Japan. It comes from the name of the inventor of the cathode ray tube, Carl Ferdinand Braun. Oh, I get it. Mr. Braun is a reference to Carl Ferdinand Braun, the guy who invented the CRT. I see. That's actually kind of nice. I don't know if it's a reference to something. Oh, what I just read? I think it's a reference to. I think it was a reference to what I just said. But yeah, I think Mr. Braun is a Mr. Braun with his both his namesake and his obsession with CRTs and everything is just basically a whole reference. Is a character reference to the real life Braun fellow that Tip just mentioned. If so, then yeah, that's cute. That's very educational. Actually, wait, maybe cute is the wrong word for it. But whatever. It's something. It doesn't look to me like this number has really gone up since we last seen it. Oh wait. I just read this. But don't let its looks deceive you. Our computer whiz, Daru, scrounged up some parts and made some mods of it. In any case, I don't spend much time on it. I mostly use it to update the Future Gadget Laboratory's homepage, check my email, visit news sites, and browse that channel. I wonder if the new titer is still posting. Why don't you check? Looks to me like they are. Hold the phone. Is that a Ferris wallpaper I see on the screen? I think I want it. I see that everyone would like to know more about my time machine. I'm happy to explain. Just so you know, it's impossible to reproduce it with current technology. Certain critical components won't exist until CERN invents them in 2034. Time travel works by altering gravity. Basically, you can think of it as using the twin paradox. Twin paradox? What's that? But that alone isn't enough to reverse time, so gravity and all that. It kind of ties into what we were learning about with all the time travel theory stuff in the last episode. That gravity plays a key part in this stuff. Still here, Faker? You're annoying. Go away! So your powers is gravity control. Not bad, but still not enough for top-tier power levels. Don't underestimate gravity, man. Oh, there we go. The twin paradox? Is that like the Urashima effect? That's just slowing time down, not reversing it. Who gives a shit about a time machine? Give me stock prices! We like the stunk. We like the stunk. It uses Huin Cube. Oh, hey, here's me. It uses Tipler cylinders and curved black holes, doesn't it? Just like you said 10 years ago. And your time machine is a 1970s Chevy. I know all of it. Isn't Chevy the Chevy the car brand? Like the car? Anyway, I just saw something. I wonder if Titer is going to respond. I wonder if John Titer is going to respond to us specifically because we mentioned their appearance 10 years ago. Because if they're an actual time traveler like us and are aware of the alternate timelines or alternate universes like we seem to be, then surely us pointing this very little fact out will catch his attention, because we are basically making reference to an event that has not happened within the current divergence in which we're currently in right now. I hope that makes sense, what I just said. Oh god, shut the fuck up, you disgusting Chuni scum. I'd rather be a chuny than whatever you are. The twin paradox and the Hiroshima effect are different things, duh. John Time Traveler. Lol. John Titer. Lol. A Chevy's an American car, right? Yeah, that's what I said. I'd rather go German with a BMW. Kiri Gohan is on here again, I see. By Tipler cylinders, are you referring to the Tipler machine? Lol, what? A Tipler cylinder would have to be 10 kilometers in diameter, 1,000 kilometers long, have mass equal to the sun, and revolve for 2,500 times per second to become a time machine. Lol. How do you fit that onto a Chevy? With hopes and dreams, that's how. Even if you could, a Tipler machine can't travel farther back in time than the moment of its creation. Enough of your delusions. That channel is not your blog. I want to hear from Titer. John Titer. Okay, this is a surprise. Does this mean the people of this age already know about my time machine? Did you really encounter me 10 years ago? If so, then I must have been on another world line. I, at least, am not gone to the year 2000. Maybe it really is a time traveler, after all. In any case, the important point is that a rotating black hole has the same effect as a Tipler cylinder. You can learn more about curved black holes by studying the Penrose diagram, or Tipler's calculations. The Penrose diagram! Actually, wait. I need to put a pin on that here once I can bring up the pause menu, or the menu, or whatever you want to call it. The Penrose diagram, or Tipler's calculations. My time machine works by generating a pair of curved black holes. In Japanese, please. Titer came out 10 years ago. Source, I'm pretty sure this exact tip right here was also in Chaos at Noah. What the fuck are black holes? Explain using boobies, oh erotic one. If you want black holes using the female human anatomy, my friend, you want vaginas, not boobies. Just thought I'd put that out there. I'll pay 1,000 yen to ride your time machine. Not a yen more. That's what she said. Sources Ho-san's delusions. Lol. Real deal. He didn't deny it. LOL! All aboard Hueen's crazy train. Prepare for a train wreck. Curved black hole time travel is theoretically possible, but... 1. How do you get black holes to spin? Don't tell me you wait until you find one spinning naturally. That's ridiculous. You want to know how to make a black hole spin? Alright, I'll tell you how. Tell the black hole that his car insurance has been revoked. That'll get it spinning. 2. How do you pass through the singularity? There's no way a Chevy can withstand the pressure. Speaking of cars. Why the short explanations, John? You stupid. Wanna die? Still no stock prices? Crash. Uh-oh, stock market crashed. This isn't a delusion. I know for a fact that Titer posted 10 years ago. There's even a book about it. Search the used bookstores if you don't believe me. His Chevy has a gravity distortion unit. That's what he said 10 years ago. Yes, it does have a gravity distortion unit. My time machine is not perfect. It was built by a third party who reverse engineered CERN's design. Okay, so you didn't actually make it yourself then, after all. The gravity distortion unit is a little unstable. First, the unit produces a micro-singularity, then ejects electrons to induce rapid rotation. This generates a local gravity sine wave. As the time machine passes through the singularity, the gravity distortion unit regulates the pressure to ensure safe passage. I'm not a specialist, so I cannot explain mechanics any further. Let me just say that curved black holes can be manufactured. I assume everyone's aware of CERN's current experiments of black hole creation. TLDR, shut the fuck up. Hey, if you got a problem with reading anything that's longer than a sentence or two, that sounds like more of a you problem than a him problem. Just saying. Like, if your attention span is that impaired to where you can't read more than a line or two, then maybe you should just shut up and go away. Unstable? Sounds dangerous. Oh, fuck! Titor's black holes are gonna swallow the Earth! He's not just a mass murderer. He's trying to wipe out the entire human race! Find his parents before it's too late! Yeah, that's right. We need Daddy Titor to spank his son. Daddy needs to get the belt! It's not that you won't explain, it's that you can't. Lol. How do you set the destination? The Earth is constantly moving, or did you not know that? By the way, I propose to Titor equals Huing theory. You dare equate me to him? I set the destination with the VGL system. That's variable gravity lock. It functions by reading the local gravity of the destination and locking the Tipler sine wave onto that location. By locking onto Earth's gravity, it ensures that I don't end up floating in space. It uses 4 cesium clocks to make the calculations, so the margin of error is negligible. But there is still a margin of error, which still needs to be accounted for, all the same. Hui needs to shut up, lol. I never heard of any Titor from 10 years ago, lol. So the universe is deep in Titor's shit. Well, that certainly stinks. The same information was in the Titor book. All you've done is post a 10-year-old copy pasta. Anyone could do that. How do I know you're the real Titor? John Tan's so moe. My waifu, I recognize different opinions. I'm feeling more and more disappointed. Still nothing concrete, but nice try, I guess, but I won't be fooled. Finally! So, the Penrose diagram, yes? Alright, let me pull up my Steam library real fast. So, is it in here? No, maybe it's not on here. Okay, here's what I'll do this instead. Signalis game logo. Here it is, I think. Yep, here it is. So, the Penrose diagram. I believe that's what this is right here. It's a very prominent image that is shown throughout a game I completed earlier this year called Signalis. That's how I first learned about the Penrose diagram is through that game. I'm not too knowledgeable about it here, but I think it's based on my own understanding of a Penrose diagram, I believe it's supposed to represent a shape that is physically impossible to reproduce, right? Well, since I got this up here, why don't I just Google it? What is the Penrose diagram? A Penrose diagram is a two-dimensional diagram used in theoretical physics to capture the causal relations between different points in space-time through a conformal treatment of infinity. It is an extension of the Minkowski diagram of special relativity, where the vertical diagram represents time and the horizontal dimension represents a space. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, I only learned what this thing was once after I completed the game. After I completed Signalis, and then I just looked up a couple random videos about the game. And that was like several months ago, so my memory on it was a bit spotty. In a Penrose diagram, all light rays take a 45-degree path, and the entire infinite space-time is transformed into a diagram of finite size, with infinity on the boundary. Penrose diagrams are particularly useful for visualizing the causal structure of curved spacetimes, such as those around black holes. They help illustrate how different regions of spacetime are connected, and what paths are possible for light and matter. For example, they show that within a black hole, the roles of time and space can switch, leading to the inevitability of reaching the singularity once the event horizon is crossed. These diagrams are also conformal diagrams and are named after Roger Penrose, who introduced them. They are used to study the structure of spacetime, including the behavior of light rays and the nature of singularities. So, yeah. Bottom line, thanks to a little survival horror game I played not too long ago, that's how I first became aware of what a Penrose diagram was. Even though like I said, I couldn't remember exactly the exact word-for-word textbook answer of what the thing was. But it's not like I spend too much time analyzing stuff like this in my spare time either, so I mean, it's not like I got too much incentive to really keep track of it, random information like this and specifically, but yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd show where I first learned about the Penrose diagram. A reminder, explain in Fortnite terms. Well, that's going to be completely alien to me. I know very little about Fortnite. A reminder that in 2003 to 2010, there was a panic about CERN accidentally creating a black hole. Yeah, there was? Wait, there was? That Steam banner for Steins looks interesting. Penrose diagram is a time x space graph. It's parabolic. If you stand, you move up in time, and if you have speed up, you move in time, but slower. A black hole represents graph's unreachable edge. Yeah, that's basically the short version of what I just read. Yeah. So the Steam banner for Steins Gate. Let me pull that up real fast. This right here. And hey, that looks an awful lot like the number I remember seeing when we sent that text in the first episode, in the prologue. I think we saw that number. Yeah, 571015. Not sure the significance of what that number is just yet, though. Anyway, let's get back. Whoa, I shouldn't waste all day on @channel. There are more important things to deal with. Namely, the phone wave, name subject to change. We haven't experimented with it since yesterday. Maybe we should! It won't let me call the phone wave. Can I call myself? Anybody at all? No. Useless! It's high time I figure out what's going on with that thing. Earlier, I asked Daru to connect with the phone wave, named subject to change, to the computer. He finished setting it up yesterday, and now he's about to do the quick wire work in the development room.
なあ、ダル。なぜペケロッパなのだ?
Now that name sounds familiar to me. I think I assume that's another 1970s era computer right there. The X68000. A 16-bit PC sold in Japan in the late 1980s. Well, correction, it's a 1980s thing. Its peculiar twin tower case was dubbed Manhattan-shaped. Manhattan-shaped? X68000. Is that what it's called? X68000 computer. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Oh, I see. I assume by Manhattan shape they're referencing the Twin Towers, right? Interesting looking device, for sure. Nope, I don't want that up there. Sharp 68 has a great Castlevania game. Which one was that? Was it Rondo of Blood? At least I. Now look at me. Now I'm doing a bunch of random Google searches. Castlevania. Let me see what this is. No, it's Castlevania Chronicles, I think. Let's see what this says. Yeah, it was Castlevania Chronicles. Never mind. I misremembered. I actually have Castlevania Chronicles on PlayStation. The PlayStation 1, I mean. I mean, it's a 20-year-old machine with specs lower than my cell phone. Wait, so 20 years old. Hold on. 20-year-old machine. And this came out in Okay, so this takes place in 2000. The game takes place in 2007. Okay. Got it. But then again, didn't I already learn that last time?
主人公が日本人なのに、オッドアイである理由のようなものか。
Odd-eyed? Well, you mean like their eyes are looking in different directions? Heterochromia iridis. Oh, that. Oh, you mean different colored eyes. Okay. Heterochromia iridis. A condition in which the eyes are different colors. A trait often found in anime and manga characters. There usually isn't a reason for the character to be odd-eyed. It's mostly just for moe or the coolness factor. Yeah, I totally believe it.
全然意味がわからん。
ロマンだ。
ロマンならしょうがないな。いずれにしてもラボには他に空いてる PC がなかったんだよ。
お前の最新 PC は？
ふざけんな。こんなわけのわからんものにつなげて、もし動作が遅くなったらどうすんだよ。
Selfish bastard. Besides, we made the phone wave, named subject to change, together. It's our crazy machine.
そういえば、ゲルカについて
Yeah, you're the other daddy in this equation, Daru. Own up to the child in which you helped birth.
なあ、今朝大学に行ってきた。
Why would a banana jellyfly? What kind of science are we dealing with here? Pseudoscience!
顕微鏡で調べてみたんだが、分子レベルでズタズタだった。
ズタズタ？
そう転移とかそういうレベルではなかった。バナナではない何かになっていた。
Phase transition. A phase transition is what occurs when a substance changes from one state of matter to another due to external conditions such as temperature or pressure. Examples include liquid to solid, freezing, liquid to gas, evaporation, ferromagnetic to paramagnetic, and the vacuum phase transition. Interesting.
腐食した可能性はないか。2分間チンしたぐらいで腐るはずないもんな。
フラクタル構造を思い出したよ。
Fractal structures. In geometry, a structure that demonstrates a self-similarity. In a fractal structure, the smallest portion of the structure will appear similar to the whole. Common examples of fractal structures include snowflakes and coastlines.
メンガーのスポンジだっけ？
ああ、バナナにフラクタル図形の穴をナノレベルで無限に開けていったような感じ。
miniature sponge, an example of a fractal structure. To visualize this, take a cube and do the following. 1. For each side of the cube, cut a square hole in the center with 1/9 the area of the face. Each side now has 8 squares. 2. For each of these 8 squares, cut a new hole with 1/9 the area of the square. Repeat an infinite number of times. The result is a sponge-like structure whose surface area approaches infinity as its volume approaches 0. I'm trying to visualize this in my head, and interesting.
なんかやばくね？何が起きてるんだろう？
俺には一つ仮説がある。
Adding a dramatic pause to build tension. Daru gulps, waiting for me to continue.
電子レンジの電磁波の影響という仮説だ。
え？それってどういう？
俺の推測が正しければ、電話レンジ過去仮はとんでもない殺傷兵器になりうる。軍事に転用すれば戦争の歴史が塗り替わるだろう。
I twist my lips into a maniacal grin. Then I whip out my phone and put it to my ear. Guess it won't let me call.
俺だ。計画は第2段階を迎えた。あ、いずれ奴らは思い知ることになるだろう。グランドジャッジメントは近いのだとな。すべてはシュタインズゲートの意志であり、人類はそれに抗うことはできん。エル、プサイ、カングルー。
妖精さんと話してんじゃねえっつーの。接続終わったぜい。
I want to explain that he's not imaginary, but revealing the identity of my contact would be a betrayal. The last thing I need is another enemy, especially one whose power and cunning rivals that of the organization. The phone wave, named subject to change, is now an indecipherable mess of wires. All we did was hook it up to a computer, yet it turned out like something MacGyver would put together. I assume that's a MacGyver reference. Fictional, a popular TV drama that aired in America from 1985 to 1992. The protagonist, MacGyver, was famous for overcoming obstacles with tools fashioned from common household items. Yeah, I knew it. That was pretty obvious. Now we can access the microwave's terminal mode and see exactly what's going on in its computer brain. Terminal mode, using another networked external computer terminal to operate a program that cannot be run otherwise.
で、どうする？
バナナは用意してある。
You have bananas while I have mail. The cat lady strikes again! It's already a state of emergency, Nya. That's why you need to locate the 14th man as soon as possible, Nya. He must be in the Hawk's Nest, also known as Eagle Prison, which exists somewhere in Akiba. Are there any bald eagles in this prison, by any chance? Said me, the American. Just before I left Mei Queen Yan 2, Mayuri asked me to buy some bananas. With her money. She's too nice for her own good. Or maybe she didn't even consider what would happen. Probably the latter. By now, you think she'd know that if I buy bananas, I'm going to experiment on them. And so, I put the entire bunch of bananas, the hands! You put the hand of bananas, the banana hand, into the phone wave, name subject to change.
丸々使うとまた眉シがしょんぼりしちゃうんじゃね？それ眉シのお金で買ってきたんだろ？
We need to assemble the 7 Dark Knights. That we do. Where's a giggle maniac when you need one?
奴から提供された研究費だ。
そもそも丸々全部使う必要なんてないし、1本でいいよ1本で。
Daru retrieves the bananas, peels one from the bunch. You mean you ripped off its finger! And sticks it back inside the phone wave, name subject to change.
実験に金をケチるようでは世界の支配構造を作り変えることなどできんぞ。
作り変えたいと思ってんのはオカリンだけだって。
He lost all enthusiasm the second we got back to the lab. What a fickle man.
ほら、早く携帯からタイマー入力よろ。
Right. Now, where did I put my phone? Right here. Call complete. Instant access.
RENG こちらは電話レンジ仮です。
The Miyushi guidance system.
こちらからタイマー操作ができます。シャープボタンを押した後、温めたい秒数をプッシュしてください。
眉シガイダンスにスキップ機能をつけておくんだった。待たされるとイライラする。
I'll say.
例えば1分ならシャープ60、2分ならシャープ120です。
It's finally over. Okay, entering 120. Nah. I don't feel like it. Let's put in pound 120 instead. When I finish typing, the phone wave, name subject to change, starts up with a low hum.
間違えてるぞ。
No. I did exactly what I set out to do. Crap, this is just normal heating. I manually set the timer back to 0 and start typing again. This time, we're going to ignore the guidance and enter 120 pound. Okay, so it doesn't give me anything new. I just had to, okay? I just had to. Alright. Enough fooling around. Complete. The turntable inside the phone wave, named subject to change, begins to spin backward.
2分は結構長いんだよな。
It doesn't actually have to be 2 minutes. Mayuri had a timer set to 2 minutes when she first discovered the freezing function. Or whatever it is. So we're just reproducing that. Naturally, we had to experiment with 60 seconds and 180 seconds too. If we set shorter, the freezing only goes halfway, if at all. Conversely, setting it longer increases the effect.
でもさ、マジで電磁波のせいだったら僕らの細胞なんかもスカスカになっちゃってんのか?
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. It's not like as though those things would be completely isolated to the inside of the microwave, right? They'd be leaking out somewhere. While still looking bored, Daru finally gets into the discussion at hand.
お前は電話レンジ仮の中に入ってチンされたことがあるのか?
そもそも入れない罠。
Sure we can! We just gotta chop you up a bit or something. And then get those little bags that you buy to compress clothes if, say, you're either traveling around and you need to fit them in luggage or something. You know the kind. Those kinds that you kind of like put your clothes in them and then you vacuum it out and then it just squishes and compresses the clothes down. We just gotta do that with all your meat. And then once we do that, we then put it in the microwave. Then you'll fit.
つうか電磁波の影響ってソースは？
あえて言うならばマッドサイエンティストとしての勘だ。
根拠なしとか。
かつてエジソンはこう言った。 1% のひらめきがなければ 99% の努力は無駄でしかない。だから発明家よ、ひらめけと。
天才は 1% のひらめきと 99% の努力じゃなかった？
残念だったな。近年ではそれは誤って広まったものだというのが常識になっているのだ。ふわ
エジソンが言ったん？ひらめけって。
No, what Huyin here is engaging in is what we like to refer to as historical revisionism.
そう、ひらめけとだ。
I don't know if that was exactly what he said, but I'm sure it was something along those lines. At least that's what the wiki said. Hey, sometimes the wikis can lie.
ゆえに天才マッドサイエンティストである俺は常にひらめけ。
Ding! The phone wave, named subject to change, rings.
しかしチンをしたところでゲル状になるだけで新しい発見など何もないよな。
Hey now, for all you know, we might get a miniaturized Hydra. It feels like I wasted 120 seconds on nothing. Daru opens the phone wave, named subject to change, his door, and peeks inside. He rubs his eyes, blinks several times, then resumes staring into the microwave.
何をしている？
いや、あれ消えた。
We vaporized it!
消えたって何が？
My finger! It's gone! How the hell will I be able to finger the ladies without it?
バナナが。
What is he talking about? I push Daru aside and look into the phone wave, named subject to change.
ない。
There's nothing inside. The banana has vanished without a trace. After a short pause to collect myself, I whip out my phone and speak into the silence.
俺だ。厄介なことになった。俺たちはどうやらとんでもないものを目覚めさせてしまったらしい。
No, the real issue is I'm now fingerless thanks to you. Dickhead.
とんでもないものってなんぞ？
The loss of his banana is a grave matter for a man. That it is. Can't really call it a banana layer without a banana, now can you? I ignore Daru's panicked cry. I'm surprised too. My heart's pounding, but I try to appear calm.
今すぐに緊急要請666号クーリングオフを発動させろ。何？政府の承認？バカか！そんなことを言ってる場合ではない。このままではこの国が吹っ飛ぶぞ。
I put my phone away after yelling.
自演をつ。
うるさいフェルスのストーカー。それでバナナはどこに隠した？
誰がストーカーだよ。
バナナを出せ。手品でも披露して得意になっているつもりか。
I think you mean to say, are you planning on becoming a street magician or something? Maybe,
隠したのは
I
オ
think.
カリンだろ。
Unless this is intentional misspeak on his part. Uncomfortable silence, which I'm always all too eager to break. I realize my throat is dry.
なんで消えたんだよ。
知らんがな。
I know
どこに行った？バナナ！バナナ！
I know where it's at. It's in your butt. I take the turntable out of the microwave, scour every nook and cranny, but find neither peel nor stem of the banana. You're not gonna find neither peel nor stem in the banana because it's in your butt.
そうか。わかったぞ。これは電磁波兵器などではなく、テレポートが可能な電子レンジだったのだ。
You're on the right track. It's in your butt.
なんだってってそんな無茶な。
でなければこの密室からバナナが消えるはずがない。
ひとまず冷静になるべきじゃね。
そうだな。
We each take a deep breath. Oh, I know. I'll eat one of the remaining bananas. That'll calm me down. I reach for the bunch of the bananas. Well, how about that? Looks like there's a teleporter in your ass too. Fascinating. I had no idea that your particular anatomy worked like that, Rintaro. Impossible. Impossible! Not 3 minutes ago, Daru plucked a banana from the bunch and put it inside the phone wave, named subject to change. Well, how about that? You not-so-geniuses have actually apparently managed to create a teleporter out of a home kitchen appliance. Not bad. But now, there's no sign that banana was ever plucked. Instead, a single jellified banana has appeared among the regular bananas. One of these things is not like the others.
なんじゃこりゃ。どうなってんだ。
Daru notices it too. He reaches out to touch it, but I quickly stop him.
誰よ。このラボに今バナナはいくつある。
多分このバナナだけ。
このゲルバナがくっついているところはお前がさっきちぎった場所か。
わかんねえ。そこまで確認してないし。このゲルバナ完全にくっついてるな。
No cuts or anything. Aside from the jellification, it looks completely normal. I just realized something. I think. Now, I might be wrong about this. I might be misremembering something. But let me save real quick. These little things right here that are attached to the microwave, these little tube little things and the little orange number things right there. Keep that mental image and keep a mental image of these things in mind. I'm gonna go to the title screen real quick, and I want to see something from the prologue.
すべては偶然。
Should hopefully only take me just a minute to check. get there. Okay, it should be somewhere around here. Yeah, the Daru thing, that's right. So it should be somewhere around here. All right, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, you see that? Those little tube little things that have the little orange lights and numbers on them? Don't those look like the little light tubes that are attached to the microwave? Right here? Because I swear they look exactly the same. Well, holy shit. Maybe this little microwave might actually be a time machine in the making. Maybe? Because this thing just teleported a banana right back to the hand, and in a state that makes it look like as though it never actually was torn away from the rest of the hand to begin with. So the gelatinous, the gel-like state of the rest of the banana aside, doesn't this kind of seem almost like time travel in an isolated case where you send the finger of the banana back to the rest of the hand to a state to where it was never plucked from it to begin with, but it's imperfect because the thing is gelatinous, unlike the rest of the hand. But if that's what this is here, then why did the timeline not diverge or do something? Unless it already has and we just don't know it yet. There's something here. There is something here. I know I'm not fully grasping what it is, but I feel like there's something here that's just staring me in the face. Let's continue.
なあ、ダル。これってもしかして。
The word I spoke impulsively a few seconds ago. I hesitate to speak it again, but I must. Because no matter how unbelievable it may be, we saw it with our own eyes. Wait a minute, didn't I actually make this connection in a previous episode? And I don't even remember. Damn it, I don't even remember now. Fuck. Well, if I somehow forget after this, then I think at that point we can officially say there is actually something wrong with my brain. Because I feel like this is a big revelation I just had, even if it's an incomplete one. My head's full of question marks. I don't know how this happened, but if I were to explain it as I saw it, the banana that was inside the phone wave, named subject to change, returned instantly to its bunch. In other words,
テレポートだったりするんじゃないか?
Wait a minute. Maybe that's what... Yeah, in the cinematic we just saw in the prologue, there were more of these tubes that were actually present in it than what we're seeing here on the microwave. There's only 4 here. And I think in the one we just saw there was like what? 6? 6 or 7? So whatever exactly these things are, I think we need at least 2 more of them in order to create something that can allow us to actually do actual time travel. Maybe? Maybe? I hear a girl's voice coming from the lounge.
興味深い実験してますね。
That doesn't sound like Mayuri.
誰だ
My heart just skipped a beat. I turned toward the voice in surprise. Wow, look who it is! How'd you get in here? Whoops.
バカだなぜ貴様が
And get pierced by a sharp stare.
ここに若干18歳にしてサイエンスに論文が掲載された天才囚人監視の中で男をいじめるド S 女そしてまたの名をザ・ゾンビ
Boy, get your facts straight. You're the one who humiliates men in public is you, and you do it to yourself.
マキセ・クリス
説明セリフをつ
誰がゾンビだ誰が。
一体どういうことだ何が目的でここへ
Liz25, hey, fancy seeing you here. Hope you're having a good time. Sorry, got addicted to Hollow Knight and forgot about life and any potential streams. Well, I've actually played a little bit of Hollow Knight before. It is kind of fun, so I mean, I can understand. I mean, hey, a fun game is a fun game, so I mean, I won't criticize you there. I'll rewatch stream later since I'm dead. Well, cast a phoenix down on yourself or something. Revive yourself. But yeah, you go ahead and get some sleep or whatever it is that you need, man. And when you do decide to rewatch the VOD, I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, it was nice seeing you.
あなたに会いに来たの。岡部倫太郎さん。じゃなくて、法王院京馬さんだった？
Wait. How the hell does she know my real name? I've never spoken it in front of her. Wait, didn't we flash our phone to her at one point? While I was on? I don't remember.
そうかやはり貴様機関に所属するエージェントしかも特殊能力者だなそれならば不死であることもうなずける
だから死んでないって勝手に殺さないでくださいよ。橋田さん、この人何とかしてもらえませんか？
この状況でマキセ氏が現れたからオカリンは混乱してると思われ
Wait. Why are you talking to her as though you know her, like you know her? Or is this part of the chain? Or is this part of the or is it part of this timeline divergence too? Daru doesn't seem fazed by this girl's entrance. Why? So I take it in this timeline, we actually know each other. Interesting.
誰裏切ったのか
4 a.m. just played for 6+ hours. Hey, sounds like a good run. Reminds me of me when I was a kid. I used to make runs like that with a lot of games all the time. Back when I had a lot more free time on my hands.
オカリン暴走しすぎ
Then again, given what I'm doing right now with these streams and everything, I guess I am still doing that. Okay, yeah. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I think it definitely applies to me here in this case.
マキセ・クリスに弱みを握られたかそれとも色化に惑わされたか
I glare at Kurisu. He's my right-hand man. How dare you?
許さんぞこのビーチが
Oh dear. Oh dear.
落ち着け。
Kurisu's eyes flash dangerously. I think this is. You think a lot about people's body language. I notice. You either do you know or don't you? Do you know how to actually read people? Yeah. Such intensity from an 18-year-old. Maybe she didn't resurrect after her first death. Maybe she's a robot killing machine, constructed to replace the dead Kurisu. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, then maybe she can shoot laser beams from her eyes. I'd actually pay money to see that. That could be cool. Anyway, yeah, we got like what? About 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. Let's see if I can finish this scene here, and then we'll bring this stream to a close. For now, I'll do as I'm told.
この場所のことは昨日講義が終わった後で橋田さんから聞いたの。あなたの名前もね。
Well, I guess that answers that question. That's all? The truth is kind of a letdown. Yeah, I actually don't disagree.
俺と話をしに来たと言ったな。
そうです。私が死んだのを見たっていうのが事実なのか、単なるセクハラの言い訳なのか、それについての回答が欲しくて。
Well, good news! I didn't grope you for just a pathetic reason. Now she mentions it, she did treat me like I was a perv yesterday. Hey, we can be both right and perverts. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. Well, I suppose I should be grateful that she didn't call the cops on me after what I did. But what choice did I have? Anybody would react the same way if a dead person reappeared before them. Right? Well, you're not wrong.
今のあなたの振る舞いで理解した。
But
どうやら単なるセクハラだったみたい。つまり、私の予測が証明されたということ。
勝手に結論を出さないでもらおうか。お前は俺を誤解している。
I must clear my name, or I'll be labeled as a perv forever!
まあ、そのことは今はいいんです。
え、いいのか?
That's a relief. I was sure she was going to call the police. But that for now part bothers me. I mean, given the fact that that the whole thing happened. Wait, did it happen yesterday, or are we still, or did our second meeting with Kurisu actually occur on the 29th, but earlier in the day? I don't remember. Actually, wait, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I think it was today. Yeah, well, let me look at the backlog. What did you say? What did you say? You just said it. After yesterday's lecture. Okay, it was yesterday. Okay, so I didn't misremember. Okay, all right. So yeah, the reason I'm thinking about this is because, well, if she was gonna call the police and all that here, it's more over something like that, like, you know, somebody groping her or whatever. It would normally be ideal for a person to call the police immediately after the crime occurs. If you wait for an extended period of time, like a day or two or a week or a month or what have you, and pick any time that you want, and then you decide to bring attention to it to the police, well, to put it kindly, you're gonna get laughed off the emergency lines, and you're not really gonna get anywhere. They're not gonna take you seriously after waiting X amount of time to report a crime like that. At least that's how it should go, but, well, in the age of social media and all that, well, the kangaroo court is a real bitch. Or aka the court of public opinion, and, well, little things like, little details like this don't really matter to that court all that much, unfortunately. So you might be fucked regardless, as long as she gets word about it on the internet or something. So yeah, maybe you do have right to be worried after all. Now that I think about it. Going over previous streams and noting anything of note in a notepad may be worth it. Yeah, I'm starting to think I might have to do that here. Both because I mean, I was thinking earlier as we were going through this here, I may need to go over Karisu's explanation of some of the theories that she went over in the previous stream, and some of the stuff that we are learning from John Titter and comparing what they say. Like, that's just one example I can name off the top of my head on what I want to compare. I want to compare because I want to see if the information of John Titter has been sane in his recent messages, and what Karisu has mentioned in her lecture. If there's any overlapping information here that, or contradictory information that might be worth making note of. Thing is, though, it's going to take a little time for me to have to go over, I'd imagine, so I'll have to do that on my own time, but hopefully I'll remember to do that here sooner rather than later. But either way, there's something here between what John Titter is saying and what Marisu mentioned here that I think I want to check and see. That might be worth making a note of. That might help me either understand something, or possibly start making a theory or two. But that's enough of that for now. I need to move things along. Karisu enters the development room with a quick, confident stride. Even though she's only 18, she's got a decent figure and good posture. Not much in the chest, though. I'm sure that disappoints you. Her presence seems to fill the cramped room, driving me and Daru to the corners. Wow! Their presence manages to fill the room even more than Daru? Now that's impressive. Maybe I need some really strong lenses or something. And yeah, I know they don't mean literally. Can't you tell this area is off limits?
そういえばまともに自己紹介してませんでしたね。マキセ・クリスです。改めましてよろしく。
Maybe he's actually making reference to her having a fat head or something. And hey, given her smarts, she does indeed have a fat head. She holds out her hand. What is she trying to do? Shoot lightning from her fingertips? Would you relax, man? She's not a Sith Lord.
握手もできないの？日本の男の人って常識が足りないんじゃない？
No, just this one. Shake hands. This girl genius is asking for a handshake? We only met yesterday, and just moments ago she was on the verge of calling the cops.
欧米か？
アメリカで7年暮らしてますが何か？
欧米か。
I looked down at her slender fingers. Glossy, healthy fingernails. No unnecessary nail polish. I stare, fixated. Slowly, I extend my hand, making sure to keep enough weight on my heels so I can flee at a moment's notice. I lightly grab the tip of Karisu's index finger between my thumb and index finger, then instantly let go.
ビビりすぎ。
身にまとう殺気が半端ないからな。これが俗に言うマーシャルアーツか。
俗に言わないわよ。
では忍者。
言わないっつってんだろ。
Damn, she's completely cold. Her tone gets scary sometimes too.
アメリカ育ちならばNice to meet you と満面の笑みを浮かべながら握手を求めるのが普通だろう。はや、むしろハグを求めるぐらいするべきだ。
Rintaro, Native American here. Most Americans don't go around randomly hugging each other. Perhaps that's too much to expect from a killing machine.
どんな偏見よそれ。
Karisu sighs. She She's not even looking at me. Instead, she's staring at the bananas next to the phone wave, named subject to change. The bananas which have just exhibited a most unusual phenomenon. Of the bunch, one has been completely jellified.
これ本当に興味深いですね。
Kurisu brings her face closer to get a good look.
ピンセットあります？
ない。
そう。
And then, Kurisu stabs the gelatinous banana with her index finger. She's fingering my finger! She buries her beautiful fingertip knuckle deep into slimy banana.
何をする？希少な実験データを。
グズグズね。
Are you really sure? Okay, in all due seriousness, should you actually be touching that thing with your bare hands? I mean, what if it gives you adverse side effects or something? Kurisu extracts her finger. Pieces of gel cling to her fingertip. Now, don't eat it, whatever you do. I'm sure that'd be even worse. She puts that... What did I just say?! Listen to me, woman! I'm just trying to look out for your health! She puts that fingertip into her mouth without any hesitation.
味はなしか。まず。
Okay, it's tasteless, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. She says it with a straight face.
食い意地が張っているとはまだまだお子様だな。よみがえりし者よ。そんなに腹が減っているならば、バナナ一本ぐらい恵んでやろう。
いりません。
She doesn't want any more of my fingers.
眉しのじゃん。
遠慮することはない。俺が恵んでやると言っているのだ。
変態のバナナなんて誰が食べるもんですか？
I heard hentai.
変態のバナナ。
A perv's banana. Yeah, she doesn't want any bananas from our banana layers, gentlemen. She only wants the one banana that she's already got her finger in. Oh, whoops, forgot to read that. Daru starts shaking as if he's been electrocuted. What? What's wrong? Didn't Mayuri eat one? Well, in a previous scene, I think she... Wait, did she? Wait, did she? She did. You'd think I'd remember something like that. I honestly don't remember.
変態のバナナを食べる。ぐずぐず。指くわえる。まずと顔をしかめる。
Looks like his cranial perfect processor is overclocking to 4.0 gigahertz, I'm sure.
マキセシ。今のもう一度お願いできる？できれば悔しそうな顔でよろ。
Daru started making pervs joke because she ate one off screen and Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, I remember now. Yeah. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, you're right, Liz. You're right. Holy shit, I can't believe I forgot that. Oh dear. Brace yourself, Kurisu. You're about to get otaku'd, for lack of a better description.
はい。
ほら、変態のバナナなんて誰が食べるもんかって。できればその後で、ああ、でも、もう付け加えてくれるとなおグッド。
Oh my god, she's actually going along with it! Suddenly, Kurisu's face turns bright red.
だるよ。 お前はどうしようもないクズだし最低の変態だが今回ばかりはよくやったと言っておこう。
Payback is sweet. Now to fall off for the maximum combo. And then watch as you fail to deliver up on that combo because she won't play along with you. Let's show this conceited little girl how true adults fight. They fight with their bananas.
お前は今何を想像したのだ？ぜひ教えてほしいものだな。
Men fighting with their bananas. That's what she's imagining.
さあいえ、天才少女、天才がどんな妄想をしたのかご考説願おうではないか。
You called me an ass in the text, but I heard the word baka, which is the word for idiot. Something's not adding up here. This math ain't mathin'. Kurisu turns her back to us with perked shoulders. Looks like she's capable of expressing human emotion after all. That rules our robotic killing machine. Hey! Maybe it's just programmed to mimic human emotions. Ah, I feel refreshed. And I am famished. I need to bring this to a stop here in a minute or two so I can go eat. I haven't felt this good in years. Way to go, Daru. That's my right-hand man. Always gets the job done.
あんたたち、二人とも変態だったのね。
Guilty as charged.
いや
Didn't he want to refute perv allegations? Yeah, you're right. Make up your mind, Rintaro. Do you want to be labeled a perv or not? The conversation makes more sense with that. That it does. Oh wait. Oh wait. Never mind. I actually skipped. I don't think she was playing along with. She just realized what Daru was saying. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, you're right. That does make more sense when viewed that way. Don't admit it, you idiot.
お前に言われたくはない。
オーケー。生意気な振る舞いについては謝ります。
Lady. They were just trying to make you do something pervy, and you're the one apologizing for rudeness? Wow, I'm pretty sure something like this alone is enough to make you waifu material for a lot of men. And I can understand the feeling if that's the case, to be fair. Kurisu sighs deeply and turns back to us. Her composure has already returned.
その原因があなた方のセクハラ行為にあったとしても、今は不問にする。
I wish she would stop saying for now. It's like she's gonna call the cops on me later.
詳しく教えてください。このバナナのことと、それとそっちの。
Well, he's gonna have to save the explanation for another time because, like I've been saying, I need to get going. I'm running low on time, and my ability to eat within the next hour or two will depend on me stopping this and taking care and going to do just that. So, with all that being said, I hope everybody who tuned into today's stream enjoyed themselves. I most certainly did. I definitely need to go back and start making notes and comparing notes between between this episode and the last one, and see if I can either figure something out or at least figure something out between Kurisu's lecture and what John Teeter has been saying. That's the main thing in particular I want to go back and compare. But if I happen to think of anything else to compare, to look back on and compare and make notes on, I will try to do so. And hopefully the next time I come back to this, I'll have something here that might be worth going over. before we start the next stream's events proper. But regardless of what happens, I hope you enjoyed today's episode and that you'll be tuning in next time for the next one, because I am certainly intrigued still by what's happening. And I want to see where things continue to go. So, with all that being said, I wish you all a very pleasant day or evening or whatever part of the world that you happen to be in. And I will see you all next time. With the whole Okabe questioning of what she thought of it. Okay, yeah, you were just finishing your comment from that thing. All right, I just wanted to check that real quick. So yeah, good night, everybody. I'll see you all next time. Take care.